Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a very historic day here at Extreme Arena in Coralville, Iowa for the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Tournament, the first of its kind, the first officially sanctioned girls state tournament here in the state of Iowa. Blake Walker, Sydney Bolin with you here. This morning should be a amazing day. It's amazing that we're here, Sydney, that, last year, back on January 11th or whatever, they officially sanctioned girls wrestling, and now almost a year later, we're here for a historic day. A lot has led up to this, but man, 448 girls get to wrestle here today and tomorrow. It feels unreal to be here.
It is. It's exciting. Even just kind of the memory from last year of them announcing it, I've got goosebumps.
An unbelievable day it was. All the girls came out during the Coaches Association title. That was our tournament that was always held. They've been holding the last couple of years. They all held up the signs that said sanctioned, and here we are 1 year later. We are on mats 1 through 4 here on the close side to the arena, as you can see with the camera's view and whatnot. We're starting 1 through 4. 100 pounds is where we're starting. A couple big names we get to see first. Kate Biscaglia, one of the top wrestlers in the state. She's only a freshman. She is unbelievable from Raccoon River Conference. Unbelievable
might even be an understatement for that one.
She has been unbelievable this year, a 41-0 record. There's a lot. We're going to say that a lot. There are so many talented wrestlers. 15 ranked wrestlers, I believe, is what, or I think one of the stats that I had. We have tons of stats to go through the weekend, but there are a lot of girls here. It's amazing because you and I were kind of talking about before we started. Back in 2014, there were only 43 registered wrestlers that were female here in the state of Iowa. We now have over thousands. Talk about what this week means to the growth of wrestling here in the state for the girls, and the numbers just continue to keep jumping, you think, as we go on?
Yeah, no, I think the girls are just going to kind of thrive from here, and even maybe some of those girls that didn't really give it a shot this year might watch and see how the girls are having fun on the mat, and they're gonna draw some interest for sure, and you're just going to see those numbers climb.
Absolutely. A lot of different schools here, a lot of schools represented, whether they sent one wrestler, whether they sent 10-plus wrestlers. A lot of schools have done well. How this is going to work today, there are no real teams. Everybody has a team, but there are no team scores. It's 14 brackets, a.k.a. 14 weight classes, 32 wrestlers per bracket. Everyone's seeded 1 through 32, and then we got rounds. There's obviously the first round, then the second round, third round, fourth round, and then the championship on tomorrow night here at Extreme Arena. And Consolation. All the wrestlebacks to try to become a medalist here at the state tournament. And that's the thing. There's a couple different people coming in. There's two two-time champions, and then there's a couple single-time champions. For some of these girls, this is no different than the last couple years. It just has a different name on it. Everything's sanctioned. Talk about that experience for the girls that have been in this position. To some girls, this is the first time they've made it to the state tournament, any of these things.
Yeah, those girls that have definitely have the experience might have a little bit of an upper hand, because those ones without the experience, I mean, just being here alone, it's nerve-wracking but exciting at the same time. So the girls really got to work on keeping their minds right and head out and ready to wrestle, because it's a whole new world when you step out on the mat.
What are you most excited to see today? I mean, this is a historic day. Everything, all these girls right out in front of us, going to put on incredible shows. What excites you the most about what we get to see today?
The aggressiveness. Honestly, my favorite part about watching just the girls in general is how aggressive they can be. They love it. They thrive off of it, and they will literally battle until they are bleeding. Like, I have seen blood-covered mats before, and it's awesome. They want to win. They work, you've worked so hard to get here, and now even having that qualifying tournament, I mean, that's just one more obstacle that the girls have to work that hard for and to get here, and it's such a great feeling to be here. So now they're going to put everything out on the mat so that they can be at the top of that podium.
Last week were the regionals, all a couple different locations all across the state of Iowa. You had to finish top 4. There were many great stories out of those, and then obviously everyone that got here. It's a great crowd on hand. The highway, the interstate, I-80 was almost backed up because everybody was trying to get here to Extreme Arena. A lot of firsts. This year is going to be very interesting to see how everything plays out, but already the crowd is unbelievable, and we're excited to go. Let's give you a quick rundown of what you're going to see first on mats 1 through 4 as we wait for things to get kicked off. On mat 1, which will be, well, you can see it on your screen. Top left, mat 1. Top right, mat 2. Bottom left is mat 3. Bottom 4 is mat 4. You can see the name and the school that the girls are wrestling for. Mat 1 will be Katie Biscaglia taking on Daniela Salinas. That's your 132 battle in the seating. Aurora Preston of Spirit Lake will take on Jazz Christensen of SWAT Valkyrie on mat 2. That is the 17 and 16 seeded matchup. Harley Tobin of Algona at 22-4 on mat 3 will take on Courtney King, the freshman out of South Central Calhoun. And on mat 4, Genesis Corrado out of Eagle Grove will take on Elizabeth Elliott of Newton. That is the 25 versus 8 seed. So everything should be interesting how everything shapes out today. Obviously, everything's a first for the girls' union, but it seems like they have a lot of things set up really nicely here. It's going to be a fun day of wrestling all across the board, and already the crowd is amazing. I mean, there's a lot of people here already at Extreme Arena, and it should be a great day of wrestling. We're currently waiting for our opening ceremonies and whatnot as the girls are starting to somewhat file their way onto the floor mats and get ready to go. But what a day it is going to be. Huge shout out to Aaron Kirtley and all the crew that has put all of this together. It's been a long time in the making. Everybody's been waiting for this. It's been a long season of wrestling, and it's just good to finally see it all come to fruition. That is for sure. All the cheer squads are here as well. Is there any girls in particular here at the 100-pound that you are excited to watch for the most part?
That Biscaglia, she's one that for sure is on the top of my list. She's one that she's got a long history of family wrestling and wrestlers and dad coaching and stuff. So she's been in it for a while. So it's cool to kind of see her at this level and competing to see how she ends the season this year. Otherwise, I'm not too sure on the 100 pounds. She's kind of my top one. You kind of sometimes tend to pick that favorite one, and you watch her and follow her, and we'll see, though. You never know what'll happen.
Tops 10 seeds at 100 pounds. Kate Biscaglia, the 1 seed. Gable Heeman is currently the 2 seed. Number 3 seed would go to Mia Kuth. At 4 was Mariah Michaels. 5, Ava McNeil. 6, Maya Roush. 7, Gabby Robertson. And at 8 would be Elizabeth Elliott. 9 is Harley Tobin. And 10 is Natalie Blake. A lot of youth in this 100-pound category. Elizabeth Elliott is a senior. Ava McNeil is a senior. The rest are juniors, sophomores, and freshmen. There's a lot of youth in this tournament. You and I were kind of talking about it. A lot of freshmen and sophomores, as expected. Usually I feel bad for the girls that maybe started late and they were seniors and whatnot, but a lot of youth at these state tournaments, and it makes you think, oh gosh, if they're really good now, they're going to dominate their whole 4 years.
Right, and I think something that's helped that for sure is kind of the history of girls wrestling. I mean, you've got Megan Black, who was a big, staple in Iowa, kind of setting the bar and getting girls out. That's when, these freshmen were probably watching her when they were younger and were like, wow, I want to give that a try. And now we're kind of seeing these girls come in as freshmen, and they've been doing it for a while. They started when they were youth, and now they're here, and they're just ready to dominate.
We're just about set to go for our pre-wrestling match festivities. As the crowd has continued to file in, they're still, as we turn around where we're sitting, we can still see the door. The line
I've seen it go down at all.
The line is still out the door for people to file in. It is going to be a busy, busy day here at the Iowa Girls State Wrestling Tournament. And busy week here at Extreme Arena as the team duels will take place on Saturday for the boys wrestling instead of at Wells Fargo Arena like it usually is on a Wednesday before the state tournament. So that's a little bit different as well. So it's going to be a busy week. This is the wrestling mecca of the state of Iowa for this week at least. And we're excited to see how everything shakes out here at Extreme Arena in Coralville, Iowa. We're going to send it down to our PA announcer for our pre-match festivities.
Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Tournament. Before we get started with wrestling this morning, if you would all please rise with me, remove your hats and headgear, and face our nation's flag as we honor those who have served and continue to serve this great country of ours with the singing of our national anthem. Singing for us this morning is Miss Levine Mezuzah from Lindmore High School.
Farm Bureau is proud to present this amazing state tournament and celebrate the accomplishments of Iowa's student athletes. To the Iowa Farm Bureau, this is more than just a sport. It's hometown pride, it's hopes and dreams, it's our future leaders, it's a reason to do more and be more. And it's that farm strong spirit that can only be found in Iowa. Congratulations to the student athletes and coaches on a successful year, and remember, today's successes are just the beginning of tomorrow's achievements.
Alrighty, we're ready to get going here at the Iowa Girls State Wrestling Tournament, the first ever sanctioned Iowa Girls State Wrestling Tournament. Blake Walker, Cindy Bolin with you here this morning on mats number 1 and 4. Mat number 1, top left of your screen, Katie Biscaglia takes on Daniela Salinas. Mat number 2, Aurora Preston versus Jazz Christensen. Mat number 3, Harley Tobin takes on Courtney King. And mat number 4, Genesis Corrado takes on Elizabeth Elliott. Mats 5 through 8 happening on our sister stream here on the Girls Union Digital Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company. The state tournament is also brought to you by Iowa Farm Bureau, as they are currently getting things set and getting everyone in position here. What a day. What a day that will go down in history in Iowa girls sports in general and the nation. I mean, this, it's a big deal. Girls wrestling in the United States just continues to grow. Seeing more colleges bring it in. We'll talk about that more as we go throughout the day. A couple of these girls going on to wrestle at a collegiate level. And as you can see on your screen, you'll always have the mats, you'll always have the score, the time, everything will be on your screen. Sydney and I will kind of try to walk through as we go throughout. And here we go. Let's make some history, shall we? The Iowa Girls State Wrestling Tournament of 2023 is underway. Action all across the screen. Number 4, or on mat number 4, we already have a 2-point takedown and a quick out of bounds. A quick start already.
We've got mat 1, Biscaglia getting some back points.
Katie Biscaglia, the freshman out of the Raccoon River Conference team, 41-0 record on the season. Her older brother Kyle, 3-time state champ for Waukegan and All-American. He now wrestles for UNI.
Definitely, she's got some goals to work up to, for sure.
She's off to a fast start. She's already going to grab a couple more near fall points. And there's the pin and fall. And already Kate Biscaglia is on to the second round at 100 pounds with the victory on mat number 1.
Yep.
Over on mat number 4, there's a victory for, I believe, that is Newton's Elizabeth Elliott.
And we've got mat 3.
Is that Harley Tobin, I believe?
I believe so. She's got the pin.
Yes. Harley Tobin with the pin and victory over Courtney King. They're still going on mat number 2 between Aurora Preston and Jazz Christensen. Jazz Christensen leads 2-0 over Aurora Preston. Everything moves quick.
Super quick, yes.
Girls State Wrestling Tournament.
This first round typically goes pretty quick, but yeah, no, this is exciting. These girls they're awesome.
Aurora Preston, Jazz Christensen, the only one actively going. Now we get going on mat number 1, and once again, Wacon's Mia Kurth takes on Sabrina Johnston of West Marshall. Kurth 31-5 record. She's the 3 seed. Kurth is already off to a hot start with a 2-0 start. On mat number 3, Lily Webster, the sophomore out of Colfax Mingo, takes on Riley Gawk, the freshman of Carlisle. And on mat number 4, Lamuna Garisho of Des Moines Public Schools takes on Maya Roush of Cedar Rapids Prairie. Maya Roush, very talented wrestler, a senior, jack of all trades, a dancer, all-state cheer, cross country, and tennis player. Always love your multi-sport athletes.
Yes. You don't hear tennis very often, though.
No, you don't. 4-0 start for Mia Kurth over on mat number 1. Back on mat number 2, they are going to the second period between Aurora Preston and Jazz Christensen. Christian's up 2-1. A 4-0 start on mat number 3 for Riley Gawk.
Mat 1's got the pin.
Mia Kurth with the victory over Sabrina Johnston. Mat number 4, Maya Roush.
Yeah, we're going to see mat 4.
Maya Roush of Cedar Rapids Prairie's got Garisho stuck, and there is a pin and fall for Maya Roush as she continues her dominance so far this season. The senior 37, now 38-4. Mat number 2, Aurora Preston's leading over Jazz Christensen 3-2. And on mat number 3, Lily Webster still on top of Riley Gawk 2-0.
Working to get some back points over there, though.
Mat number 2, tough spot here for Christensen as she's caught up underneath. Aurora Preston's trying to get work done. Mat 2 still going as we started out on that one. There's a victory over on mat number 3 for, I believe, that's Lily Webster with the victory. We're going to have to wait till hands go up here. Yes, it was. So Lily Webster of Colfax Mingo is moving on. Mat number 4, Ella Haran of Ankeny takes on Lauren Witt of Cedar Falls. How about an 8-2 start for Jillian Worthen? We're already on to 105 pounds at mat number 1. Jillian Worthen, nicknamed the Monster. The Monster is her nickname that a lot of the people around Union have titled her.
She is a very little monster, but I can definitely see maybe why they're referencing her as the monster with
yes.
a 10-2 advantage right now.
Ella Haran at 105 pounds is up 5-0 over Lauren Witt on mat 4.
She's got the pin.
A victory for Jillian Worthen. She remains undefeated on the season. The sophomore moves to 24-0. Heck of a start for her here at the state tournament.
It's cool. It's cool. She just gave Kate Biscaglia a wave on the side of the mat. It's cool to see these girls from different teams. You know, they've built friendships across the state, and that's one thing that has always been my favorite thing about the sport is creating those friendships and relationships amongst the other wrestlers.
We're going to period number 3. Aurora Preston on top of Jazz Christensen 6'3", still at 100 pounds. On mat number 3, Carissa Hersom of Southeast Polks takes on Maddie Lundvall of Wapello. That's at 105 pounds. Carissa Hersom, Southeast Polk Junior. She's also a soccer player. We move right along here. McKenna Rogers, the freshman of Solon, 105 pounds on mat 1, takes on Evelyn Jurgensen of Eagle Grove here in a second. As I don't see Evelyn. I'm sure she's coming out soon. Yep. Now she's coming out on the mat. Boy, mat number 2 has been tight. Aurora Preston.
I know, that's the one that I've been watching. It's a tough match over there. They're really battling it out.
Yeah, Aurora's been holding serve. Now with a 7-3 lead after the escape. Ella Haran of Ankeny on top 5-0 over Lauren Witt of Cedar Falls. Lauren Witt, the 8 seed, the freshman 36-8 on the season. 2-point takedown there for McKenna Rogers. Rogers 33-1. Rogers the 3 seed.
We've got I was going to say, mat 1, we've got a quick takedown from, is that Rogers from Solon?
Yes. McKenna Rogers off to a good start, 2-0 start. Mat number 4, Lauren Witt and Ella Haran. Witt turned things around pretty quickly.
Looking to get that pin.
And I believe that's Lauren Witt on top currently. And she's technically trailing right now, 5-2. I don't think she's trying to get Ella on her back. Can't quite get it there yet. On mat number 3, same exact thing. There it is. Ella Haran falls to Lauren Witt. Witt was down 5-2. Heck of a victory for Lauren. On mat number 3, we had a couple near fall points of Carissa Hersom of Southeast Polk taking on Maddie Lundvall of Wapello. That's a 5-1 lead for Carissa Hersom of the Rams.
Man, mat 2, they're going to battle it out to the end.
That's just how it works out. Some go quick, and then some just stay long. And heck of a fight. Aurora Preston of Spirit Lake looks like she's going to hang on here. On mat number 2 for a win over Jazz Christensen of SWAT Valkyrie. Mat number 3, 35 seconds to go in the second period. It's a 5-2 lead for Carissa Hersom. Couple near fall points here on mat number 1. McKenna Rogers gets the job done. That's a pin and fall for the Solon freshman. 34-1 record now on the season. Couple more possible near fall over on mat number 4. That's Faith Cooper of Wakan taking on Taylor Streif of Bettendorf.
She's got a nice little cradle. Yep, I was going to say she's got a nice little cradle over there. She's probably going to get a pin out of it.
Quick work and a victory for the freshman Taylor Streif of Bettendorf at 105 pounds. Taylor Streif, cross-country runner as well for the Bulldogs over in Bettendorf.
I feel like cross-country is a pretty good sport to be a part of for wrestling.
Based off of all the research I've done in the last 24 hours, cross-country is the top. Softball is also up there as well.
Yes, cross-country though, really, yeah, swimming. I can see swimming being super beneficial towards the sport of wrestling. It helps with that gas tank for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Stamina becomes a huge part of wrestling. Mat number 2, Anamosa's Emily Fritz takes on Olivia Mack, the freshman out of East Sac County. That's on mat number 2.
And they are going at it.
I believe that's Fritz. Yep, Fritz is the one currently on top, and she's got Olivia Mack on her back. She's going to grab a couple near fall points. Mercedes Ponce, the sophomore out of Perry, takes on Ava Gannon of Dallas Center Grimes here on mat number 1 at 105 pounds. And on mat number 4, that's Jersey Schultz of Alburnett taking on Emerson Kelderman out of Central Lyon George Little Rock. All at 105 pounds for the most part, except on mat number 2, we're still on 100.
And she's really working on that pin.
The official's right there trying to get that best view. It's going to be close, or it's got to be close for Fritz right now. Obviously, she gets a couple near fall. That'll make it 5-0 over there on mat number 2. A 7-2 lead for Carissa Hersom. That one's over in period number 3, and it looks like it might go the distance between Hersom and Lundvall.
She's got short time to get that pin.
Ponce and Gannon. Tough one here on mat number 1. That'll finish it on mat number 3. Carissa Hersom is on to the second round. Goes the distance against Maddie Lundvall.
That was a good match.
Great match over on mat number 4. Schultz and Kelderman still at 0-0, closing in on the end of the first period. 5-0 lead for Emily Fritz. She goes out of bounds against Olivia Mack. As we continue to move through the 105-pound bracket, 100 pounds still going at mat number 2. Got a caution on mat 2.
Mat 1 here, we're still at a no score in the middle of the second period.
Ava Gannon, just 12 matches this season.
Only 12?
Yeah, only 12.
Oh,
10-2
wow.
record. And she got right back on top of Mercedes Ponce. And the junior leads the sophomore 2-0. Now, mat number 3, 105 pounds. Julia Kane of Carroll takes on Alexis Colbett of Osage. Colbett, 49 matches this season. So we compare Gannon who
I
had
was
12.
going to say, we've got 12 and we've got 49. It kind of makes you wonder either it's
possible injuries. We've seen injuries
Yeah.
sideline a couple.
And sometimes location, you know.
Oh,
Some
yeah.
of these smaller schools that only have a couple wrestlers and, you know, maybe they're not getting out to some of the bigger tournaments that maybe these bigger schools or city, or, you know, the ones kind of closer in central Iowa they can just go across the street, it seems like, to go get some matches.
Mat number 2, Olivia Mack tried to get the
Oh.
upper hand on Anamosa's Emily Fritz, and Fritz turned it right back on her for a couple more near fall points. And I believe there's a victory on mat number 3. I think it was Julia Kane. Yes, it was. Julia Kane of Carroll is moving on to the next round at 105 pounds. A 2-0 lead for Ava Gannon here on mat number 1. Back on mat number 4, Jersey Schultz leads.
On deck on mat 3, 110 pounds, Emma Heights.
9-1 lead now for Emily Fritz over Olivia Mack.
With such a big gap that, I mean, this match is still super fun to watch. You know, they're not giving up and the fight is still there.
Takes one mistake by the person on top.
Yeah. And she's ready to catch it. You know, her not giving up. She's ready to counter whatever she can to get those points back or even fall on top.
On mat number 3, we're off to 110 pounds. Josie Lennon of Sergeant Bluff Luton takes on Humboldt's Sophia Harris. .40 advantage on mat number 1 for Ava Gannon over Mercedes Ponce. Mat number 4 has been tight. They are now in the third period, and Jersey Schultz leads 2-0 over Emerson Kelderman. So a couple low-scoring affairs. Already a 2-0 start for Sophia Harris over Josie Lennon.
And that mat's officially on 110.
Yes. They're moving. We're still on 100 at mat 2. It's wild to watch these cheer squads try to file in and out of the mats here to try to get on the floor. A lot of quick movement.
They're organized about it, but they got to get through all those coaches and wrestlers down there.
14-4 lead for Emma Fritz over Olivia Mack. They're going to the third round.
That's impressive.
And in the third round with 1 minute left, Jersey Schultz is hanging on for dear life. Now makes it 3-0 against Emerson Kelderman. Sophia Harris still holds a 2-0 advantage over Josie Lennon of Sergeant Bluff Luton. Ava Gannon is 33 seconds away from a victory over Mercedes Ponce.
Oh, she's going to get on mat 4. She's going for the pin. Nope. Got some back points, though. That really kind of
extends her lead to 8-0.
Yes.
Stamina's a thing when you go long.
With stamina and mindset, you know, those last 30 seconds of the last period really, you know, it really shows who really wants it. There's been a lot of crazy things happen in that short time that could even, you know, deter the match the opposite direction.
There's a victory for Jersey Schultz. Over on mat number 3. Still a 2-0 lead and a quick go here for Sophia Harris. She'll grab a couple near fall points. 16-5 lead, 36 seconds to go on mat number 2. Dominant performance by Emily Fritz, but Olivia Mack has done a great job hanging tight. On to 110 pounds on mat number 4. Kennedy Stolk of Dubuque Senior takes on Bree Swenson of Vinton Schellsburg. And on mat number 1, change of scenery. Kate Seary, the Linn-Mar freshman, takes on Avery Burr of Valley. Kate Seary, a freshman. Her dad is the assistant coach for Linn-Mar.
That's super awesome seeing these dads step in and come in and coach the daughters.
Yes.
You know, you're so used to seeing it's a dad and son team. Now you're seeing these daddy-daughter teams. And it's awesome.
Bree Swenson leads 2-0 over Kennedy Stolk, and Bree Swenson with the victory for Vinton Schellsburg. The Vikettes sent a couple wrestlers here to the state tournament. 1 point escape over for Sophia Harris against Josie Lennon on mat number 3. And on mat number 1, Katie Seary still leads 2-0. We're going to step aside for a quick break, and we'll be back for more action here. You're watching the Girls Union Digital Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
The Iowa Farm Bureau is proud to present this amazing state tournament and celebrate the accomplishments of Iowa's student athletes. To the Iowa Farm Bureau, this is more than just a sport. It's hometown pride, it's hopes and dreams, it's our future leaders, it's a reason to do more and be more. And it's that farm-strong spirit that can only be found in Iowa. Congratulations to the student athletes and coaches on a successful year, and remember, today's successes are just the beginning of tomorrow's achievements.
Fairway knows meat, right? They've been doing it for over 80 years. You hear customers talk about the meat everywhere you go.
Everybody loves coming in and picking out a beautiful steak.
We're there to serve you, and so that's why it is special.
Most of us that are working back there, we would probably be called foodies.
That's their passion. They love to go home and cook.
I don't know if I'm a foodie. I think I'm kind of a steak snob, probably.
People hand-cutting steaks every single day, working the counter, making sure that everybody knows when they get home they have the best in town.
Welcome back to the Iowa Girls State Wrestling Tournament. Blake Walker, Sydney Bolin with you here this morning. A lot of action going. Most wrestlers right now on our mats at 110 pounds. A couple new faces on mat number 2 at 105 pounds. Still Macy Tite of Waverly Shell Rock takes on Chloe Sheffield of Decorah. Chloe Sheffield, I think my note on her as a former speech participant myself. Chloe Sheffield, yeah, she was, of Decorah, was a part of Iowa High School's speech TV news. As someone that was part of TV News too, that's pretty cool for the Iowa speech. So not just athletics, on and off the courts being active. And on mat number 4, Emerson Thomas of West Branch takes on Annika Stearns of Emmitsburg. Thomas, West Branch football cheer squad member. Katie Seary, still just a 2-0 lead over Avery Burr. Good fight by the Valley Tiger here to start. All across the board, pretty tight. On mat number 3, it's a 12-4 lead for Sophia Harris.
It's kind of a fun match to watch, though. The
It's been
girls
going
have
a
been rolling one over the other most of the match. It's who ends up with control, and,
Yes.
you know, I'm an action wrestler. I really enjoy watching the action.
Back and forth.
Yeah, I really struggle when they just kind of dance around on the mat. Maybe that's why I enjoy the youth and the
yeah.
girls so much. Is
They
you know, I
move.
feel like sometimes the boys and they just kind of dance around a little bit, or more than what they should.
36 seconds to go in period number 2 here on mat number 1. Katie Siri leads over top of Avery Burr of Valley, 4-0. Boy, good one over on mat number 2. As Chloe Sheffield off to a hot start. They're still at 105 pounds over there on mat number 2. Everybody else is at 110. Victory over on mat number 3 for Sophia Harris, the Humboldt junior. 23-10 record now. She's on to the second round. We continue to move right along. 110 pounds. The number 1 seed at 110 pounds, Jaden Goodale. I think she's on the other side wrestling. She's committed to Augsburg University in Minneapolis, Minnesota to wrestle.
It's awesome. It's
wrestled on the
awesome.
boys' dual team.
Right. It's awesome seeing these girls be able to move on, you know, in these colleges, creating these girls' teams and competing across the nation at that point.
Emma Eitz of Iowa Falls Alden on mat number 3 takes on Jasmine Ludke. Jasmine, an incredible resume, 28-0 record for Ottumwa. She's made the Iowa High School Boys Association Wrestling Tournament twice. There's been a couple of those that wrestled on the boys' side, jumped over, and are now on the girls' side.
Right, yeah. You know, that when they got that choice, I feel like some girls were pretty excited to finally have that choice and be able to wrestle girls.
Jasmine's off to a fast start, 2-0 start. Update here around what's happening. Chloe Sheffield, 6-0 lead over Macy Teedet on mat number 2. And on mat number 4, we're still 0-0 in the second period between Emerson Thomas and Annika Stearns. A lot of riding happening over there on mat number 4. Quick bout is done on mat number 3. A victory for Jasmine Lutke over Emma Eitz, or Itis. And there's a victory on mat number 2 for Chloe Sheffield of Decorah. Decorah has produced very good wrestlers on its boys' side for years. Waverly Shell Rock, same thing. And you wonder, the boys' programs that were so good, and you see the boys' teams, Waverly Shell Rock, Southeast Polk, will those translate over to the girls' side, or will we have new dynasties built on the girls' side? We did see Lewis Central brought a lot of top-seeded wrestlers here.
I think a lot of it, too, it plays down, some of these boys, they've got siblings. They've got girl siblings, and a lot of it, too, sometimes it takes that boys' team to help encourage the girls and push these girls to come out. They see that they're athletes in other sports in the school, so getting those boys' teams to encourage the growth of the girls' team is huge.
Speaking of Lewis Central, Sierra Elderbaum, the freshman out of Lewis Central on mat 2, takes on the junior Emma Hall out of North Central. And on mat number 3, Lauren Rogala, the senior out of Bettendorf, takes on Taylor Atwell, a senior from Perry. And a very quick start for Rogala. She's already up 2-0.
Rogala is another pretty popular wrestling name. I know her grandpa, and he's one that just can't quite step out of it. I know for sure he's probably as close as he can to her mat, and I don't think he's missed too many of her matches.
Well, it went the distance. Kate Siri with the victory over Avery Burr. But Siri and Eitz, that's a good fight for Burr out of Valley. a 4-0 defeat. Another one that's gone a long ways is Annika Stearns of Emmitsburg taking on Emerson Thomas.
It's been a curveball, too, for these coaches. They've really had to kind of maybe alter some things and how they coach, because girls and boys, they are different.
Yes.
You know, and how you coach. And
boy, Lauren Rogala almost had a fall.
that was super close.
Taylor
yeah.
Atwell. She had Atwell on her back, kind of swinging up in the air. Mat number 1, Alyssa Sanchez of West Liberty takes on Casey Miller of Western Iowa. Casey Miller out of West Monona wrestled in officially the first sanctioned Iowa girls wrestling match. She officially was the first one to ever wrestle in a sanctioned match when the season started. So that's a cool thing that Casey can say that's on her resume.
Right, yeah.
The first,
something to brag about.
Yeah, many firsts this season. 9-0 lead for Lauren Regala over Taylor Atwell. Sydney, we got a tight one on mat number 4. Emerson Thomas and Annika Stearns tied at 2-2 in the third period with 1 minute and 36 seconds to go. There has been really no advantage for either girl.
This is where I said, you know, leave it out on the mat. Throw everything you got out there right now to get that win, because it's a lot easier moving forward in these brackets than it is moving forward on the backside.
Taylor Atwell's got Lauren Regala in trouble here on mat number 3. Regala leads 9-2. But I tell you what, Atwell has turned the table quickly.
Oh, man.
And is going to try to get a fall here. And man, is she close. 1:25 to go still in the period.
It's a long time to battle
I was
out
going to
of that.
say, it's going to be tough. Who gives up first? Atwell's going to hold that position. There she kind of lets her go.
Definitely a lot easier, though, on top.
I should try to spin her back around again. Boy, Atwell trails 9-2. That's not really mattering right now. Really good one over on mat 3. I think we got injury time on mat number 4. And there's the victory. Taylor Atwell trailed 9-2 and comes back to get the victory over Lauren Regala. I can't
Looks
tell.
like maybe an injury.
Yeah, Regala, she was held in a pretty tough spot. So Taylor Atwell with the victory over Regala.
Looks like maybe blood time on mat 4. Looks like we're cleaned up and ready to go again.
Mat 2, Emma Hall leads over Tapasierra Elderbaum of Lewis Central. And on mat number 1, it's a 1-0 lead for Casey Miller over Alyssa Sanchez. So mat 3 did finish. Taylor Atwell with the victory, but Lauren Regala currently injured on the floor. They're checking with her. So that's why you do not see mat number 3 on your screen. Emerson Thomas, Annika Stearns go back at it. 3-3, 42 seconds left. Big one happening on mat number 4.
Mat 1, we've got a takedown.
Very good takedown by Casey Miller.
See if she can follow it with a pin. She had that head right out the gate as she took her down. That's super beneficial on her end.
3-0 lead for Emma Hall over Elderbaum. Elderbaum's trying to get Hall on her back over on mat number 2. She turned it right back on her, kind of backed into her. Elderbaum trails 3-2. Trailed for most of that first and second period, and now with 1:07 to go, she's only trailing by 1, trying to get a couple near fall if she can. Casey Miller had a chance there, and actually Sanchez was going to try to reverse it. for a possible 2.
And they just gave her the 1 for the escape.
So now 6-1 as they go to the third period. Mat number 3 did get cleared up. Hoping that Regali is all right. Emerson Thomas, I believe, finished out the victory over Annika Stearns, 5-3 by decision. A 3-2 victory for Sierra, or a 3-2 fall victory for Sierra Elderbaum, who trailed most of the match on mat number 2 against Emma Hall. So already a couple times we've seen this morning, if you're trailing, that's a general thing in wrestling. If you're trailing, no matter what, you're in it. But
you never know what can happen.
Yes.
Truly never know.
Kaylee Spencer of Spencer at 115 pounds takes on Caitlin Bajork, the freshman from Decorah, on mat number 4. On mat number 3, Kalia Logan of Clinton takes on Addison Musser, the junior out of Anamosa. Musser a 40-1 record. We're on 115 pounds on every mat except mat number 1, where a 6-1 lead for Casey Miller is grabbing her a couple more near fall points with 1 minute and 6 seconds to go.
She just can't quite get her pinned.
Mat number 2, Ogden's Sydney King takes on Sylvia Garcia Vasquez. Mat number 3, that's Musser. Sydney King of Ogden, Sylvia Garcia Vasquez of West Liberty on mat number 2. Garcia Vasquez, just a sophomore out of West Liberty, sister to Dione, who wrestles at 145 pounds. She's here at the state tournament. On mat number 2, that was, yes, Vasquez with the victory. Mat number 1, looks like that one's going to go the distance between Miller and Sanchez. Mat number 3, was that Musser with the victory? Yes, it was over Logan.
I believe it was Spencer with the victory over on mat 4.
Okay. That one was tight, 4-4. So Kaylee Spencer of Spencer with the victory. Mat 1 looks like they're going to go the distance here at 110 pounds. And Casey Miller looks like she... looks like that was almost a good move by Sanchez.
Trying to pull anything she can.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to be enough. Casey Miller advances for 110 pounds to the next round. A lot of new matches happening. Mat number 2, Allie Jelinek of Linmore takes on Addie Nelson of Southeast Polk. Mat number 3, Brindley Meyer of Waverly Shell Rock takes on Lexi Rosevink of Ames. And mat number 4, Maddie Swenson of Osage takes on Melanie Barillis of Sioux City West. Maddie Swenson of Osage, a sophomore cross-country runner for the Green Devils.
I feel like that cross-country is pretty popular for these girls. I know for the boys, usually you hear like football or something. Mat 2's got some action going on there.
Addie Nelson of Southeast Polk had a chance there with Allie Jelinek. 5-1 lead for Nelson.
Now mat 3.
Yeah, mat number 3.
And she got it.
That's Lexi Rosevink of Ames with the victory over Brindley Meyer, the senior out of Waverly Shell Rock. Good victory for Lexa. Mat number 4, it's the battle of the green teams. Sioux City West with Barillis and Maddie Swenson of Osage. Mat number 1, Caitlin Reeder of Pleasant Valley takes on Devon Chadwick of Colfax Mingo. And Reeder was on top for a little bit.
Oh, must be blood.
Yeah, blood time.
It always comes the worst time.
4-1 lead over on mat number 4 for Maddie Swenson. Mat number 3 has wrapped up. They'll move on to Jelena Shipley of North Mahaska, taking on Evelyn Kramer of South Central Calhoun.
And she actually, that Jelena, she left regionals with 7 stitches in her eyebrow.
Yeah, I did see that. She had a picture on her Instagram, and unbelievable. Unbelievable. So Shipley and Kramer go at it on mat number 3. We're still on blood time on mat number 1. Mat number 2, it's Addie Nelson starting on the bottom to start period number 2.
Mat 4, we've see if she's got it.
That's Melanie Barrias. She's trailing 6-1, but it's not mattering here as she's trying to get Maddie Swenson on her back.
And Swenson had it, but again, that. And now we're back to Swenson on top.
Good reversal there by Swenson to get back on top. That's a 6-1 lead. Can't quite tell from over there. We had more injury time on mat number 3. And it's not Shipley with the stitches in her head. At least I don't think it is. Nope, Shipley's fine. She's sitting in the middle. It's her opponent, Evelyn Kramer. Shipley leads 4-0.
Oh, mat 4. Swenson with her on. Oh, and she got the pin.
Pin and fall for the Osage Green Devil, Maddie Swenson. She's moving on to round number 2 at 115 pounds with the victory over Melanie Barrias. We'll step aside for a quick second. Catch a breath. You'll miss none of the action. You're watching the Iowa Girls High School Digital Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
In Iowa, we all play by the same rules. Hard work pays off, practice makes perfect, success is something you earn, and teamwork helps us all be winners. The Iowa Pork Producers Association is proud to support statewide high school athletics. Because on our team and on yours, what we bring to the table is what brings us all together. Learn more about our commitment to Iowa at iowapork.org.
Welcome back to the Iowa Girls State Wrestling Tournament. Blake Walker, Sydney Bullen with you here this morning. Mats 1 through 4. Getting going in on all the action. Most of everyone on the floor right now at 120 pounds. On mat number 1, it's still 115. We're in blood time. We've been in blood time for a little bit there between Caitlin Reeder and Devin Chadwick of Colfax Mingo. We're also on blood time over on mat number 2 between Addie Nelson and Allie Jelinek. Jelena Shipley with the 6-2 lead, but she's currently in trouble, stuck on the bottom against Evelyn Kramer. And on mat number 4 at 120 pounds, Kendra Berglund of Sergeant Bluff Luton takes on Grace Strojahan of Applington, or APGC, which I assume is Applington Parkersburg, and then couldn't quite tell you the GC, but we'll get there.
Oh, wow. Mat 4, we've got.
Yeah, mat 4, that's, I believe that's Kendra. Yeah, Kendra Berglund on top of Strojan. And on mat number 2, pretty much the same thing. Addie Nelson off the blood time. That's a victory for Kendra Berglund. Nope, victory for Grace Strojan. So Strojan with the victory over Kendra Berglund. Allie Jelinek and Addie Nelson still going at it over on mat number 2. Jelinek, a softball player for Linn-Mar. Sophomore has a 38-7 record. 8-2 lead here for Reeder. Shipley still on top, 6-2. As they start period number 2, Shipley starts on top. Got a locking the hands call. Reeder continues to rack up points on a reversal, 10-2. She's going for the fall here over Chadwick.
See if she can walk it over and get the pin.
Mat number 4, Clear Creek Amanda's Emma Descorones. We'll just say Emma. Sorry, Emma. 25-12 record of the senior takes on Kylie Wainwright of North Scott, 29-8 record. Wainwright, big wrestling family out of North Scott. Well, mat number 3, Shipley almost got turned back over, but now she's in a tough spot there against Kramer. Addie Nelson trying to finish things off here by a pin. She's got 8 seconds left on mat number 2. She's going to win no matter what, but she'd love to get a fall.
She's towards the edge of the mat, though. Hopefully.
It's not going to happen as that finishes the period. And Addie Nelson of Southeast Polk takes down Allie Jelinek of Linmar, and Nelson is on to the second round at 120 pounds. We're on to period number 3 between Caitlin Reeder and Devon Chadwick. That had a lot of blood time, so they're still sitting, now going to period 3. Shipley, her lead was trimmed and continues to be trimmed by South Central Calhoun's Evelyn Kramer at 6'5". Kramer has fought back strong. Kylie Wainwright, mat number 4, leads over Emma Descorose. Oh my gosh, I'm not even going to try. Descorauez. Over Emma from Clear Creek, Amana. Wainwright leads 4-1. Shipley still caught up on the bottom. Trying to get the escape, can't quite get it there. 29 seconds to go in the 30-second period. Mat number 2, Bailey Brady of Lamar's takes on Ava McDermott of Dubuque Waller.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a great problem for you. We are now officially sold out.
Wow. Well,
that was awesome.
An announcement has just come over the PA. This place is sold out. And I feel bad for there's still a lot of people at the door. So we are officially sold out.
Every seat in this house is full.
That is unbelievable. They've moved the cheerleaders. The cheerleaders were sitting in a section of their own. They've moved them back underneath. Oh my gosh. Officially sold out.
Man, these girls are going to be at Wells Fargo right along with those boys before we know it.
Decided to put it here at Extreme Arena here for the first year. And in less than an hour of starting on the first day, we are already sold out. Unbelievable. Let's get back to wrestling. Mat number 4, Kylie Collins of West Liberty takes on April Howsor of Cedar Falls. That's at 125 pounds. We're still at 115. Officially, it's over. Caitlin Reeder with the victory over Devin Chadwick.
Mat 3, Zach Kramer takes the lead over Shipley.
Wow. And with 135 left, Shipley led 6-0 or 6-2. Kramer's fought all the way back. They got more blood time. I think her no stoppage device of blood time came back out, so they have to get back on it. Mat number 4, Howsor's off to a really hot start at 125 pounds over Collins. Howsor, a track and field and cross-country runner for Cedar Falls. Mat number 2, Brady and McDermott still at 0-0. Mat number 1 just getting going at 120 pounds. Izzy Giza of Bettendorf takes on Jadalyn Daly of Davenport.
Mat 4, Halser is going to try and get that pin.
Mat number 2, there's a pin and fall victory. for Ava McDermott, it looks like.
And she pulled it off on mat 4. Halser with the pin.
Very dominant wrestler out of Cedar Falls with the victory. Got an injury on mat number 2, but Ava McDermott did get the victory. That's Bailey Brady, who's currently injured on the floor. On mat number 1, 2-1 lead for Jadalyn Daly of Izzy Giza. We're taking on Izzy Giza of Bettendorf. Mat number 3's been the one to watch.
Okay, so Shipley's got that extra point from locked hands, and then she's got the escape. So I was going to say it should be 8-7 with Shipley in the lead, and oh no.
Shipley caught on her back by Kramer. It's a 9-8 lead for Kramer. 1 minute to go, and she's going to grab a couple near fall points with it. Boy, what a fight back by Kramer.
Right, yeah.
Both pretty much even when it comes to records. A couple more wins for Kramer, a couple more matches wrestled, but Shipley trying her best. She's able to somewhat flatten out, it seems like. Mat number 1 tied 3-3 between Giza and Daly. Mat number 4, Andon White of Trainer taking on Nicole Bond of Red Oak at 125 pounds. 20 seconds to go, but Shipley's going to have to do something drastic here. Yeah, she tried to turn her back over. I don't think she's going to have enough time. They're going to go out of bounds with 8 seconds to go, and Evelyn Kramer is 8 seconds away from a victory with a 12-9 lead.
A lot can happen in 8 seconds, though.
Yeah.
She's just going to have to put it all out there and get that takedown.
Still an injury on mat number 2. So we'll update you on that situation as it goes. Mat number 4, Andon White leads 2-0. Evelyn Kramer of South Central Calhoun with the victory over Jelena Shipley of North Mahaska.
It's got some nice action on mat 4.
Mat 4
between White and Bond. We've now got a 2-2 tie.
Daly's got an advantage over Giza here on mat number 1. Stoppage on mat number 1. Mat number 2 back going. South Winnesheek's Caden Meyer, the junior, 31-11 record, takes on Cora Shutt of Sioux Center. That's at 120 pounds. Mat number 3 also just getting going, waiting for that one to come in. That's Baker and Henderson.
And
Baker of Ballard.
Mat number 1, it looks like we've got Daly working to get something, either near fall points or get the pin with 50 seconds, it looks like, in the second period.
Mat number 3 is Allison Baker of Ballard and Carly Henderson of Riverside. Carly Henderson has had a heck of a year already. She was a part of Riverside State volleyball and cross-country teams this fall.
Man.
State 3 times, and we haven't even made it to March. Pinned and fall. Jadalyn Daly over Izzy Giza of Bettendorf. These names just flow together. I tell you what, there's a victory, good sportsmanship there. Daly moves on to the next round for Davenport. Just Davenport. A lot of Davenport North Central.
Right.
Davenport all across the board. Davenport just has one single. South Winnesheek, Caden Meyer leads over Cora Shutt 2-1. Things continue to be tight as we're closing in on the third period over on mat number 4 between Nicole Bond and Andon White. Carly Henderson also off to a 2-0 start over Allison Baker. Mat number 1, new one off and running. That's Childers of Cedar Rapids Prairie taking on Castillo of Muscatine. And that's already a 2-0 start for Childers. Mackenzie Childers is the 1 seed out of Cedar Rapids Prairie. She started wrestling because she was rambunctious as a child, and one of her mom's friends said, "You should put that kid in wrestling."
That is
Thank
that
you,
is
mom's
awesome.
friend.
Yes. It looks like it is definitely paying off for her.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good move there. Matt 2 and 3 still at 125 pounds, or 120 pounds. Carly Henderson with a 2-0 lead over Allison Baker. And Caden Meyer of South Winneshiek still leads 2-1 over Cora Shutt. There's still people filing in, so part of me wonders if they're just going to sit there and wait and be like, all right, Black Friday sale, when's the tickets going out?
Right.
So I can get in.
Or, maybe as people leave, then
It's possible,
they're going to
yeah.
let people come back in.
Mackenzie Childers on top 4-0 over Kylie Castillo of Muscatine. Boy, Childers is getting close. Pin and fall, Mackenzie Childers. Always listen to your mom's friends. Mackenzie Childers is on to the second round.
I wonder if wrestling's kind of helped contain that rambunctiousness, or if she's still kind of rambunctious as she was.
4-1 pin and fall win for Caden Meyer of South Winneshiek over on mat number 2. Over on mat number 3, or mat number 4, Sydney, things have gone pretty smooth for Nicole Bond. It's been close between her and Andon White of Trainer. It's a 5-2 lead for Bond. As I keep flipping through my notes here, we keep moving along so quickly. Mostly onto 125 pounds for the most part. Mat number 3, 2-0 lead still for Henderson. Mat number 1, Sierra Whelan of CBCSD Co-op Wrestling. The freshman taking on Hannah Rogers of Wilton.
Rogers with a pretty slick takedown there.
Rogers, a one-time state champion already in her high school career. She'd love to go to Oklahoma State to wrestle if they add a women's wrestling program. And she wins by fall already. That's a cool, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hey, add women's wrestling. I'll head over to Oklahoma State.
And she's got, she's already got one state title under her belt. And for her to hopefully get another one this year, that'd be a
Yeah.
pretty good background to say, hey.
Yeah. So Rogers already grabs the victory. Mat number 2, Addison Applehans of Anamosa takes on Autumn Stonecipher of West Fork. Stonecipher is one of the better names here at the state tournament. After looking and doing research, I was like, I should create a list of the top names that are here because there are some good names. Stonecipher is up there. Stonecipher of West Fork, Applehouse of Anamosa over on mat number 2. And it's already a 6-1 lead for Stonecipher. Mat number 4 is a victory for Nicole Bond, I believe, by decision.
Mat 3 is a pretty tight match over there as we go into the third. Is that the third period with?
Yeah, third period.
Is that Henderson leading by 2?
Tight contest there. 6-1 lead on mat number 2 for Stonecipher. On mat number 1, this is Emerson Gregg, a sophomore, taking on Lexi Peterson out of Bettendorf. And on mat number 4, that's Allie Wood of Grinnell, taking on Cheyenne Bullerman, out of Crestwood.
And mat number 1, we've got, is that Peterson at Bettendorf?
Yeah, Peterson already with a pin and fall over Emerson Gregg of Trainer. Peterson a 34-4 record now on the season. And Peterson, that was 130 pounds there for Peterson, yes. Her brother wrestles at St. Ambrose, again running in the family.
We've been seeing some patterns here.
We have. 3-0 lead over on mat number 3, or mat number 4 for Bullerman U over Allie Wood of Grinnell. Things have opened up there, a 7-1 lead or 9-1 lead now for Carly Henderson over Allison Baker of Ballard. Applehouse trails Stone Cipher on mat number 2, 8-3 lead. And Wood trails Bullerman U, 3-0. Got a good single leg here and a tough takedown on mat number 1 at 130 pounds. That's Lily Stowe of Waverly Shell Rock taking on Anna Johnson of Cedar Falls.
She's going to go for the pin. We got mat 2 also with a pin.
Mat 2, that is Stone Cipher with the victory for West Fork. The Warhawks get a victory, and Stone Cipher is on to the second round at 125 pounds.
And Stowe was able to pull off that pin on mat 1.
Yep, Stowe did get the victory. Carly Henderson got the victory over Allison Baker. So Henderson of Riverside's on to mat number 3. And Bullerman U leads over Alleywood 3-0. We got a little bit of a break in the action. We'll step aside for a quick second. You're watching the Girls Union Digital Network powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine is a community service center. We know you like to keep your body healthy. We also know that activity level to keep yourself healthy can lead to injury. Our sports medicine experts can provide treatments such as physical therapy, surgery, or something in between. Why go anywhere else other than where the Hawkeyes go to stay on top of their game?
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Welcome back. Iowa Girls State Wrestling Tournament 2023, the first sanctioned wrestling tournament. Blake Walker, Sydney Bolin with you here this morning. Let's run through what you're seeing on your screen. Mat number 1, Ashley Bajork of Decorah taking on Lily Hans of Ankeny. They're in blood time. Mat number 2, Colby Tenborg of Sadell taking on Olivia Villegas of ESAC Cali. Tenborg, one of the only undefeated wrestler in the state that is not ranked in the girls' spot. Mat number 3, Erin Anderson of Iowa City High takes on Leah Goot of Missouri Valley. And mat number 4 at 125 pounds, Cheyenne Bullerman U leads a 5-0 lead over Allie Wood of Grinnell. And Wood is in trouble on mat number 4. Everything else all across the board about 2-0 or 0-0 as they're on blood time on mat number 1. Near fall points as they head to the third period or either ending the to the second. That's an 8-0 lead for Cheyenne Bullerman. And they're going to the third between Wood and Bullerman. A 2-1 lead for Colby Tenborn, the freshman out of Sadell, as they go to the second period. On mat number 1, Lily Hans and Ashley Bajork. That's a 2-0 lead there.
Mat 4 got some more action going on the side of the mat.
Boy, tough bridge here on mat number 1. Bajork has Hans in trouble. Hans is trying all she can to lift that back and try to spin it back over. Heck of a strength showing by Bajork. Cheyenne Bullerman U with the victory over Allie Wood of Grinnell.
That bridging is impressive.
I can't.
It's not easy.
I mean, flexibility is one thing, but like to try to arch and keep it off the ground.
I've seen some kids pull their whole bodies off the mat in an arch or in a bridge somehow with the other kid on top of them. And it's just something inside them, you know.
Erin Anderson leads 1-0 over Leah Goot of Missouri Valley. That's a tight one over in the second period. Tenborg still leads over Villegas of East Sac County, 4-1. And Ashley Bajork is on a 5-0 lead over Hans. Hans has been very good in terms of not going down to because of the pin like you and I were talking about.
Can definitely fight off her back. That's definitely a good thing to have.
Mat number 4, one of the biggest names here at the state tournament. Charles City's Lily Luft, the senior, 35-0, takes on Laura Lee's Flint Spencer, the freshman out of Glenwood. What else can you say about Lily Luft? 2-time state champion. She tried wrestling to honor her late brother, Logan, back a couple years ago. She's committed to the University of Iowa to wrestle for the Hawkeyes. She's one of two-time state champions. She is the Iowa girl when it comes to wrestling here in the state of Iowa.
Yes, she's definitely been the name in the state recently, and she's definitely showing it down on the mat. It's cool that she's going to be able to, she's staying in Iowa. Get out and watch those girls start wrestling at the university next year is going to be awesome. Super fun, and to have a local wrestler is even better.
She's won the National Clash Girls Individual. She won the Dan Gable Donnybrook, won the 2022 Mat of Dreams Girls Conflict. In 2021, she earned All-American at the 16U Freestyle National Champions, and in 2021, she also placed 4th at the 2021 Cadet Beach Wrestling World Championships. Lily Luft is one of the best, and she's already done. Pin and fall. How quick was that? I didn't even get a chance to look up.
Yeah, no, we need to talk faster.
This
for her
stopped
match.
maybe about 20 seconds, barely 20 seconds. How about that? Unbelievable.
No time wasted.
Bajork and Hans are still in blood time. Tenborg got the victory, 16-1 over Olivia Villegas.
Still got a close match on Mat 3.
Mat 3's been tight. Aaron Anderson with a 2-0 lead over Leah Gu.
And we're in the third period. We've only got a minute 30 left.
New one going on mat number 4. Mara Smith of Fort Madison, 21-5, takes on Chloe Sanders of Vinton Shellsburg. Sanders, very impressive wrestler for the Vikettes. Her brothers Gabe and Cooper, also very successful at Vinton Shellsburg. They moved to Utah in 2013, where girls wrestling was sanctioned for a while, and she competed in different tournaments and whatnot. And then they moved back to Vinton. She's obviously been a big part for them.
Mat 1, we're looking for and she gets it.
Well, but Bjork had Hans fighting a lot. Hans had a lot of up and down trying to bridge it, and finally just couldn't quite grasp it. Good job, though, by Lily Hans, and a victory for Ashley Bajork. She's on to the second round. Mat number 2, Becca Hinderaker of Tipton takes on Noel Bodeker of Ballard.
And Bodeker with a pretty quick takedown there.
Noelle is an unbelievable athlete. She played football her sophomore and junior seasons, and she plans on joining the Marines after high school. So Bodeker, very active. You love to see it out of athletes like her.
That's another common thing I've seen is a lot of these wrestlers are signing up for the Marines or something along those lines after they're finished here, and that's cool to see them, go stand for our country for us.
Mat number 1 at 135 pounds, Alexis Ross takes on Claire Wader of Humboldt. Ross is the 1 seed. She is a 1-time state champion for Fort Dodge. She's off to a hot start, 2-0.
And Mat 3, Anderson pulled off that win.
Going the distance. Talk about, you go 3 periods, and at a tournament like this, do you care if you go your full 3 periods, or do you want to try to finish it as quick as you can so you can get as much rest as you can instead of just, exerting yourself for 3 periods?
personally, I'd want to get it done as soon as I can and win as fast as I can. But, you know, sometimes you have to go the 3 minutes and your goal is just to win. But I definitely think most people, they're going to go out and want to win as fast as they can.
Mat number 3, Danica Peterson of Sioux City North. The freshman takes on Bailey Beers, the senior of Humboldt. That's on mat number 3. Mat number 2, a 4-1 lead for Bodiger of Ballard over Hinderaker. And Alexis Ross is trying to make quick work of Claire Wader of Humboldt. She can't quite get it. Again, the bridging is unbelievable. There, she gave up just a second. And Ross gets the win over Wader.
Over on mat 4, we've got Sanders also with a pin.
That's over Mara Smith of Fort Madison. So Sanders, the family legacy, shines through here at the state tournament. She's on to the second round. Bodiger with the escape to start the second period over Hinderaker. Danica Peterson of Sioux City North on mat number 3 with a 2-0 lead. So we continue to just chug right along here at the state tournament. Mat number 1, new one on top. Tiana Tietzen of Denver takes on Shaylee Sutherland of Spencer on mat number 1. And on mat number 4, Annalise Arquiniega, the sophomore, taking on Angie Rivera of Denison Schleswig. A 9-2 lead for Bodiger. Ooh, nice job on mat number 3 on a reversal by Bailey Beers to get on top of Peterson. And she is saved by the bell.
Mat 2, we've got, who do we got on top of mat 2?
Bodiger's looking for a pin and fall over Hinderaker, and she gets it. Mat number 4, that's Arquiniega of Osage with a 2-0 lead over Rivera of Denison Schleswig. And mat number 1, we got a couple near fall points. That's Sutherland and Tietzen. And Tietzen has got Sutherland in a pickle here.
And she gets the pin.
Wow. Sutherland came in 39-6 record. Tietzen a 17-7 record, and Tietzen with the victory for Spencer. Beers leads 4-2 over Danica Peterson. New one on mat number 2 at 135 pounds. Ellie Brennanman takes on Carroll's Avery Burke. Brennanman of Mid-Prairie.
She's competed. She competed last year and had a sister with her too. I'm pretty sure her sister graduated. Oh no.
Boy, mat number 2, Avery Burke has got Brenneman in all sorts of trouble.
Oh wow, she's gonna see if she can counteract it. And now Brenneman's on top.
I tell you what, she turned it right back over. And now she's gonna look for a couple near fall points. What a reverse.
Well, like I was saying with her, she has a sister close in age who also greatly enjoyed wrestling. And to be able to go home and wrestle around, you know, it's beneficial to have that sibling that you can pound on at home even.
Miley Walls, the freshman out of East Buchanan, takes on Brooklyn Lang of Missouri Valley at 135 pounds on mat number 1. Boy, Ellie of Mid-Prairie.
She is not letting rolls reverse anymore.
But I give credit to Burke. She's doing a good job flipping underneath.
Yes.
Danica Peterson, I believe, got the victory over Bailey Beers. Yes, she did. Beers fought back, but Peterson with the victory. And the Sioux City North freshman is moving on to the second round. 1:31 to go in the second period. A lead for Arcaniega over Rivera, 6-1. It's a 7-4 lead on mat number 2 here for Brenneman. This one's been a good one to watch.
Well, even mat 4, I mean, with that 6-1 lead, Rivera's really not letting up at all.
Maya Rivas of Glenwood and Elizabeth Olson of Charles City. Olson, a 24-8 record. When she won a regional, her coach has a cut on his head because when she hugged him after the regional, she split his head open with her headgear.
So we've talked about the girls leaving regionals with their cuts on their faces, but it's a whole other level to give the coach.
Gets it. Elizabeth very happy after a victory. She's trying to grab a victory here, but I tell you what, Maya Rivas has got her in a tough spot.
A tight spot.
Rivas, a freshman, 15-11 record. I think Elizabeth is just trying to maybe back out of bounds if she can, but Maya's doing a good job keeping her in. It's a 2-0 lead for her. And things move quick. If you're not on it, you're in trouble. Arcaniega still leads 6-1 over Rivera with 15 seconds to go in the third period over on mat number 4.
Mat 2, we've got Brenneman trying to get that pin again.
Boy, Olison gets out, I think. No, she didn't. It's a win by fall. I thought she got out. Maya Rivas, the freshman, huge win over the 5 seed, Elizabeth Olison. Wow. Brenneman gets the victory for Mid-Prairie over Avery Burke. That's a big upset over there on mat number 3.
Yeah, it is. Mat 1, we've got a close match here in the second period with 1:20 and still in a 0-0.
Everyone on the floor right now is 135 pounds. This is the first time it's been all the same weight classes since we started at 100. Yeah, this mat number 1's been tight. Nobody has gotten an advantage yet. They're in period number 3 with 1.5 to go with Arcaniega of Osage and Rivera. Mat number 2, MFL Marmax Mackenzie Bachman, the sophomore at 28-9, takes on Bella Mulder of Dallas Center Grimes.
Mat number 3, we've got Summer Wolf from Indianola and Lizzie Wolf
How'd that happen?
from Benton Community.
How did that happen?
We're definitely going to have to use a first name basis on this one.
Lizzie, a freshman, 36-9 record. Summer.
Already moving pretty quickly on that mat.
Yeah.
You know, Lizzie got that 2 takedown right out the gate, and Summer with a 2 reversal to follow it.
You can't slack. You got to be ready whenever that whistle blows.
Mat 4, they're still battling it out.
And they're going to go to mat 1. They're going to go to the third period, still 0-0. 38 seconds to go on mat number 4. On mat number 2, Bella Mulder of Dallas Center Grimes with a 2-0 lead.
We haven't seen any overtime matches yet.
No, we
Maybe
haven't.
we'll get the chance to see an overtime match.
You wouldn't expect a ton in the first round, but as we definitely go ahead, you expect a lot to happen. Mulder still leads 2-0 on mat number 2. Mat number 1, we're off to the third period, still 0-0. I don't know. They sure do seem like they might go to OT.
I know. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Annalise Arcaniega of Osage with the victory over Angie Rivera, the Osage family section out in front of us. So a victory for Arcaniega. She moves on to the second round at 135 pounds.
Mat 1 looks like we've got maybe going for some back points.
The Wolf match over on mat number 3. Lizzie Wolf leads 4-3. They're going on to the second period over Summer Wolf.
The Wolf match.
1 minute to go on mat number 1.
Summer Wolf over on mat 3 is another one. She's got 3 older brothers. All 3 of them wrestled for Indianola, and one now wrestles at Simpson.
So they got a wolf pack.
Yes, they do refer to themselves as a wolf pack.
There's a victory for Brooklyn Lang of Missouri Valley over Miley Walls of East Buchanan. So Lang is on to the second round at 135 pounds. On mat number 4, Maylee Ellsbury of South Tama takes on J.C. Bedell of Cedar Rapids Kennedy. Maylee, the 3 seed, a 41-1 record. She's a junior. I think she has a sister as well here at the state tournament. Fun fact, Maylee's dad, Danny, was a state qualifier for the Trojans back in the early 2000s. South Tama, a pretty good wrestling program all across the board. My dad's from South Tama, or grew up in Toledo.
It's cool to see these legacies being passed down, whether it's from parents or siblings or, now it's fun. These girls get to create something of their own.
Bella Mulder with the pin and fall victory over Mackenzie Bachman of MFL Marmac. Mat number 4, Ellsbury on top 2-0 over Bedell. And on mat number 3, Lizzie Wolf still leads over Summer Wolf. Mat number 1, Avery Ballas of Okoboji. And I assume Hartley Melvin Sanborn, as that was a Lizzie Wolf pin and fall for the victory over Summer Wolf.
Yep.
Avery Ballas of Okoboji, 14-4 junior, takes on Sienna Ficken of West Marshall. Mat number 4, Maylee Ellsbury with the victory. South Tama's Ellsbury moves on to the second round. Mat number 2, BGM's Chloe Etten, the senior, takes on Chloe Jones of Carroll. Chloe spelled 2 very different ways. Ballas and Ficken on mat number 1 still in a headlock here at nothing. Still no score for them. Things are getting feisty over on mat number 2. Mat number 3, Wilton's Cadence Bourne at 140 pounds. Takes on Caitlin Hubish of Osage on mat number 3. Chloe Etten of BGM, a volleyball player for the Bears. And I believe we just got a pin and fall victory for Chloe Etten. We'll see. Yes, it is. Chloe Etten with the victory.
Mat 1, it looks like we're probably going to be going into that second period with a 0-0.
Mat number 4, Mari Mons, Lewis Central, the sophomore. She's the 1 seed. Well-known family for wrestling around Lewis Central and across the state of Iowa. Takes on Maya Holdaway, Southeast Polk sophomore at 29 and 19. We're going to step aside for a quick second. You'll not miss any of the action. You're watching the Girls Union Digital Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
The Iowa Farm Bureau is proud to present this amazing state tournament and celebrate the accomplishments of Iowa's student athletes. To the Iowa Farm Bureau, this is more than just a sport. It's hometown pride, it's hopes and dreams, it's our future leaders, it's a reason to do more and be more. And it's that farm-strong spirit that can only be found in Iowa. Congratulations to the student athletes and coaches on a successful year, and remember, today's successes are just the beginning of tomorrow's achievements.
Fairway knows meat, right? They've been doing it for over 80 years. You hear customers talk about the meat everywhere you go.
Everybody loves coming in and picking out a beautiful steak.
We're there to serve you. And so that's why it is special.
Most of us that are working back there, we would probably be called foodies.
That's their passion. They love to go home and cook.
I don't know if I'm a foodie. I think I'm kind of a steak snob, probably.
People hand cutting steaks every single day, working the counter, making sure that everybody knows when they get home they have the best in town.
Welcome back to the Iowa Girls State Wrestling Tournament. Blake Walker, Sydney Bolin with you here this morning. Action is off and running. Couple different, well, every time we come back, we'll run you through what we got. Mat number 1, Avery Ballas of Okoboji taking on Sienna Ficken. It's 1-0. Mat number 2, Mackenzie Tollefson of Decorah taking on Taya Hollingsworth of BCL UW. Mat number 3, Cadence Bourne taking on Caitlin Hubish of Osage. And mat number 4, Ryan Dunn of Bellevue taking on Sarah Lewis of Centerville. All are at 140 pounds.
Mat 4, looks like we're going to have a possible pin from Lewis.
And indeed we did. Sarah Lewis, Centerville, Big Reds. She's on the second round at 140 pounds. What a morning it's been. We've already gone almost an hour and a half here. And if you don't know already, or you might be watching the stream because you found out, we are sold out here at Extreme Arena. The morning session has officially sold out of tickets. Seems like Iowa loves the wrestling. What's up with that?
Maybe just a little, huh? It's awesome, though. It's cool to see all the
Very
support in here for the girls.
Ballas leads 1-0 still, but West Marshall's Ficken is on top here on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Tollefson leads over Hollingsworth 2-0. Mat number 4, I believe it's Deeds and McGuire is upcoming here. We should have a contest.
Mat number 3. In the second period, no points, but we've got Wilton. Is that Wilton with some back points?
Yeah, Cadence Bourne with the lead, and she's once again getting Hubish on her back. Hubish doing a good job at least spinning back underneath. I was going to say, they should have a competition for the best-looking singlets because some of these singlets look unbelievable.
These singlets are pretty awesome.
A lot of really good-looking singlets. I see BCL UW has a really nice all-pink one with their design on it.
No, these are super cool, especially, now they actually have a nice design for the girls. I know when I wrestled, it was a shirt underneath my singlet because the boys' singlet just didn't quite cut it.
Yeah. Ridgeview's Isabella Deeds, the junior, takes on Mallory McGuire of Ankeny at 145 pounds over on mat number 4. Isabella Deeds is a one-time state champion for Ridgeview.
Mat number 1, we've got her. She's really trying to work that pin.
I think she got it.
She got it.
Ficken. Sienna Ficken with the victory over Avery Ballas. The West Marshall Trojan is on to the second round at 140 pounds. Tollefson still leads over Hollingsworth over on mat number 2. Bourne still leads 4-0 over Hubish. And obviously we're just getting going. Isabella Deeds is going to try to make quick work of Mallory McGuire on mat number 4. Mat number 1, Heineck and Malum. As the names continue to push on through. Already a 5-0 start.
We move into the third period on mat 2 with a 7-0 lead.
Hollingsworth held tight. Mat number 1, Jade Heineck of Cedar Rapids Prairie takes on Julie Malum, the sophomore out of Perry.
Bourne still leads on mat 3 with a 4-0 lead.
Decorah's Tollefson looking for a pin and fall over Hollingsworth here, and she gets it. Mackenzie Tollefson of Decorah is moving on to the second round. Got to give a shout out to all the officials today, all in pink, as they should be. 2 officials per mat.
I think they greatly enjoy wearing it.
I think they love it.
They love it.
It's
they
so
love
fun when
here.
they've just embraced the pink here at the state wrestling tournament. Isabella Deeds on top 5-0 with 14 seconds to go in the first period. Deeds, a former state champion here.
And we've got, is it Cadence Borm?
Yep.
With the win over Caitlin Hubach.
So mat number 3 finishes. We're moving on to a different one for mat number 2. We'll wait for that one to come across on our screen. That is Rogers and Pittett. Still 0-0 on mat number 1. This is Lauren Rogers of Perry taking on Marley Pittett of Western Iowa. Perry has sent a couple wrestlers. You start to see these more, the schools start coming through a little bit more.
I know, we've seen a lot of Waverly and Bettendorf and...
Mat number 3, Nellie Stagg of West Liberty takes on Haley Setram of Linn-Mar. That's 140 pounds.
Oh, we're looking at a pin over on mat 4, and she got it.
That's a victory for
Isabella
Deeds, trying to get back and become a 2-time state champion this year. She'll have to do it as the 5 seed, but like you and I have talked about, seeds really don't matter when these girls come in, especially with how injuries go about the season and whatnot. We've seen last place seeds finish runner-up. It's been a anything can happen in wrestling kind of time.
We've already seen some upsets
We have.
morning.
We have. And your day's not over. If you lose, your day is far from over. Wrestlebacks, there's a whole big consolation bracket to get all the way back to 3rd place. Mat number 4, Kaya Stager of Western Dubuque takes on Espy Almazan of Lewis Central. That's at 140 pounds. Almazan at a 4 seed at 41-2. Lauren Rogers off to a good start against Marley Pittett of Western Iowa. The sophomore from Perry already leads 5-0. Mat number 1 continues to be fun to watch here. Heineck and Malum. Heineck just with a 1-0 lead. And also pretty close ones over on mat number 3 as they're closing in on the end of the first, no score. And on mat number 4, it's a 2-0 lead for Almazan.
We're all pretty tight here. Even on mat 2, we've got a 5-0 lead in the second period. Looks like we're gonna, yep. Mat number 4. That is at Almazan.
Yeah, SB Almazan with the victory over Kia Stager. So Almazan is on to the next round at 145 pounds. I don't know about you, but mat number 1 has had some of the better matches of the day, it feels like.
Yes.
All very even, go a little long.
Yep.
Lauren Rogers still leads over Marley Pittett.
Looks like we're going, oh, no, couldn't get it. Thought she was going to go for a pin there for a second.
She was able to turn just a little bit more. Mat number 3, it's a 3-0 lead for Haley Setram of Linn-Mar over Nellie Stagg. Mat number 4, Callie Reiner of Ballard, the senior, taking on Taylor Stiefel of East Buchanan. Stiefel, a 46-9 record for East Buchanan. Believe, nope, wasn't a takedown, but it was at least a good job by Heineck to keep Malum on the ground. If you're a Perry fan, you got to be excited. You got 2 wrestlers right here next to each other. Reiner and Stiefel over on mat number 4, just getting going. On mat number 3, still a 3-0 lead for Setram over Stagg. 7-0 lead remains for Lauren Rogers over Pittett, as everybody's kind of minding their P's and Q's so far. No one can get advantage over on mat 4.
Mat number 2, we've got Rogers working to, see if she can keep that under control and get that pin.
Now Rogers ended up on the bottom, but time ran out, so the clock has stopped. I'm not sure why the official kept going there.
Looks like she got the back points, but the reversal was not given.
Okay, I was going to say. I was kind of confused on how they were judging that, but.
Still got an 0-1 lead on mat 1.
Heineck is not letting go, and now, just as I say that,
she gets the pin.
Pin and fall. Jade Heineck of Cedar Rapids Prairie defeats Julie Malem of Perry. Heineck is moving on to the next round at 140 pounds.
In the third period, still battling it out on mat 3 with 1:40 left.
Mat 2, Lauren Rogers continues to work. 10-0 lead for her over Pittett. Setram still, like you said, 7-0 lead over Stagg. And in the second period as we go, Reiner and Stifel still have no score on mat number 4. Mat number 1 on to 145 pounds. This is Emma Peach of Iowa Valley taking on Kieran Pena, the freshman from Lamar's. Peach is a one-time state champion, 6 siblings, all wrestlers.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And already a pin and fall in 19 seconds, Emma Peach.
I think that might be our fastest one yet.
Oh, my gosh.
Rogers also got the fall over on mat 2, moving on to the second round.
Lauren Rogers of Perry over Marley Pittett of Western Iowa. Yeah, Emma Peach, 6 siblings. I think I read an article. They just like wrestling once in a while. You know, you're eating dinner, get a little wrestle match in.
That's why I say, it's helpful when you can go home and continue practice at home.
Just do it whenever you want. Enjoy it.
Mat 3 with 30 seconds left. We've still got, is that Setram with the 7-1 lead.
Reiner finally got an advantage over Stifel on mat number 4. Reiner leads 1-0. Mat number 2, Nancy Bowman of Logan Magnolia takes on Mia Garvey of Mid Prairie. And on mat number 1, Davenport's Greta Bruss takes on Lindsay Hospodarski of Alburnett. Mat number 3, things are getting tight. Or excuse me, mat number 4 between Reiner and Stifel. Mat number 3 will end. Haley Setram is on to the second round at 140 pounds. .20 lead here for, or 4-0 lead for Greta Bruss, the freshman.
And it looks like Setram pulled off the win over on mat 3.
4-1 lead for Stifel. She's trying to finish Reiner here. And there's the pin and fall. Taylor Stifel over Kaylee Reiner of Ballard. Mat number 2, that's Garvey and Bowman. Garvey leads 2-1.
Garvey's another one. She's got an older brother who participated in the Iowa High School Boys State Tournament.
Bruce still leads 4-0 here with 51 seconds to go in the first period, as there's a tough takedown, not for any points, but back to the mat they go, 4-0. Mat number 3 getting going. Anamosa's Hadley Frater, the sophomore, takes on Lauren Luzum of Decorah. That's at 145 pounds. Luzum, a swimmer and a softball player. multi-sport athlete for the Vikings.
Mat 4, we still got that 4-0 lead, but we've got that.
Mat
Russ
4
doing a great job at keeping her down and not letting her up.
Mat number 4, Claire Miller of Denison Schleswig, taking on Josie Jecklin of Epworth Western Dubuque.
Mat 3, we've got Luzman with Freighter on her back, and it looks like she pulled off the pin.
Lauren Luzum of Decorah on to the second round at 120 pounds. Mat number 2, things have gotten a little bit closer, but a nice job by, I believe that's Mia Garvey. Yep, Garvey moves up to a 5-1 advantage. Mat number 1, they're going to the second period. Things are getting tough on mat number 4. Pin and fall for Josie Jecklin over Claire Miller. Jecklin is on to the second round at 155 pounds. Mat number 1, it's a 6-0 lead for Greta Bruss over Lindsay Hoskobadarski of Albernet. Mat number 3.
Got some action going on mat 1. We had was just a 6-2 lead, and we got a reversal, and we're back to 8-2 with Bruss leading. We don't want her to leave.
Mat number 2, Nicole Olson, the junior out of Missouri Valley. 30-0 record, taking on Leela Kolosh of Spencer. Olson 30-0, but just a 5 seed. This 155-pound bracket is stacked. Not to mention at the top is Skylar Slade, one of the top wrestlers in the country. Not just in the state, in the country.
She's definitely a fun one to watch. We've got mat 2, tables have kind of turned. We got Bowman up with a 9-5 lead.
And Garvey led like 5-1, I think.
Yep.
Mat number 4, East Buchanan's Keely Carroll with the victory. She went quick. I didn't even have a chance.
Mat 3, we got Olson up with a 5-0 lead with 20 seconds left of that first period.
That Carrill's family, her brother wrestled for the team as well. He was a 2-time NCAA Division III All-American for Cornell. Her older sister wrestled for the boys team and then earned Women's Collegiate Wrestling Association All-American honors at Ottawa, Kansas University. Unbelievable family over there for Eastern Dubuque.
And again, we're seeing that family wrestling history. It grows within the family.
Tough takedown. Greta Bruce over Lindsay Hospodarski.
See if she can, and she gets a pin right on the edge of the mat.
Mat number 2, Nancy Bowman trailed 5-1, comes all the way back, gets the victory over Mia Garvey, wins by fall. Mat number 4, Avery Whitcop of West Marshall, taking on Ellie Callahan of Mid Prairie. Avery Whitcop of West Marshall, a swimmer for Marshalltown. West Marshall and Marshalltown only about 15-20 minutes apart. Mat number 3, Jessa DeMoss of Benton takes on Autumn Ellsbury out of South Tama, the freshman 33-4. Ellsbury is the sister to Maylee at 135 pounds, also here at the state tournament. Couple sister combinations here at the state tournament. None are wrestling each other.
Just at home.
Yes, just at home.
Just practicing at home.
Mat number 2, Jalea Gardner of Keokuk taking on Tegan Solentich of Washington. That's at 155 pounds. Solentich a 30-5 record.
With some fast action from Gardner.
I was going to say, there's fast action everywhere.
Yeah,
I'm losing track
that's a pretty quick, nice takedown there by Gardner.
Ellsbury with a 2-0 start over DeMoss of Benton on mat number 3. This is Leah Schwenker of Cascade taking on Mary Sessions of Decorah at 155 pounds.
We've got Whitcop and Callahan with a pretty close match there in the first period still, but 2-1 with Whitcop leading?
Yes. Sessions and Schwenker on mat number 1. Sessions out of Decorah was selected for the All-State Choir Festival / Ensemble this fall. We got singers, we got swimmers, we got softball players, we got everyone.
A mixture of a little bit of everything.
Here at the state tournament. Unbelievable. Schwenker's on top 2-1. Pin and fall for South Tama, I believe, on mat number 3. Yes, it is. Autumn Ellsbury. The Ellsbury sisters are on to round number 2 for STC. Mat number 2, Gardner and Solentich are in a tight battle with 28 seconds to go in the first period. And on mat number 4, it's a pin and fall for, I believe, Whitcop, but I can't be for sure. And it is, yes, it is, Avery Whitcop with the victory for West Marshall at 170 pounds on mat number 4 over Ellie Callahan. Whitcop is 27-0, has not lost this season.
Mat 1, we're going in pretty close with a 3-2 lead by Sessions.
Now 4-3. Schwenker jumped back on top as we go to the second period. Unless it's the third. They always have the double zeros, and when it's there, I'm like, well, did we go second or we go third? They are going to second between Sessions and Schwenker. Mat number 3, new faces. Chloe Hemmersbach of Wakan takes on Avery Schmidt of Dubuque-Wahlert. That's at 170 pounds. Almost a single leg there on mat number 1, and then down to the ground. Sessions, nice job by Mary. 7-2 lead on mat number 2 for Solentich of Washington. Mat number 4, a couple new faces. Boone's Rory Cook takes on Brooklyn Graham, the freshman out of East Buchanan. Graham, a 36-2 record, FFA member for the Buccaneers High School. Oh, nice move by Sessions on mat number 1, but it might get her caught, and it does. Nice job by Schwenker to go back over top.
Lots of back and forth here.
Mat number 3, a very hot start for Avery Schmidt of Dubuque-Wahlert. She's up to a 5-0 start. Graham leads over Cook of Boone 2-1. The match to watch right now is on mat number 1 as they just keep trading haymakers. Sessions with the pin and fall over Leah Schwenker.
Put an end to the back and forth on that one.
That was really good.
Mat 2, we've got Solentich leading 9-2 against Gardner.
Solentich 30-5 record. She's at 155 pounds.
Ooh, mat 4. We've got Graham over Cook. Graham possibly going in for that pin.
Graham just 2 losses this season. Pin and fall possibly coming. Nope, good job by Cook to spin. Nope, caught her back around. Things got close there for a second. On mat number 3, Hammersbach has quickly turned things back around against Avery Schmidt, who was up 7-0. Now it's 7-4. Pin and fall for East Buchanan's Brooklyn Graham. And there was a pin and fall somewhere else. And it was on mat number 3. Chloe Hammersbach trailed 7-0, comes all the way back and beats Avery Schmidt by fall. Mat number 1, Naomi Simon of Decorah takes on Nicole Williams.
Mat number 1, we've got Simon has got Williams on her back looking for that fall.
Simon and Lily Luff, the only 2-time state champions here at the Girls State Wrestling Tournament. She traveled all across the country to different wrestling camps this past summer. And she was one of the bigger names that pushed for wrestling to be sanctioned here in the girls'
making a difference.
union. Yeah, and she grabs the victory by fall. In just under a minute, she'll move on to the second round. Mat number 3, Cascades Bailey Martin takes on Louise Meyer of Central Lyon George Little Rock. Meyer just 2 losses on the season. And then on mat number 4, Libby Dix of Mount Vernon taking on Kia Meek of Riverside. Dix is also a former state champion, and she's a softball player for the Mustangs. Mat number 3, a little high-scoring affair for Tegan Soltentich. She's up 14-2 with 55 seconds to go. Mat number 1, Southeast Warren / Melcher Dallas's Glorious Fridley. The freshman, takes on Grace Britton of SWAT Valkyrie, 35-1 record.
Mat number 3, we got lots of action, but still no points. With just a minute left in that first period.
Britton on mat number 1. Cross-country athlete along with a shot put athlete in the track and field season. That's another one you start to see once we get up to the bigger weight classes. A lot of shot put and discus.
That upper body strength is pretty important in the sport of wrestling.
Unbelievable. Gardner leads 2-0, or excuse me, not Gardner, I'm looking at the wrong one. Meyer leads 2-0 over Martin. It looks like it's going to be a ride out for Tegan Solentich of Washington. And Solentich will advance on to the second round. Very quick one over on mat number 3, Louise Meyer with the victory over Bailey Martin.
On mat 1, it looks like we got Britton with a 2-0 lead right now, and she's got Fridley on her back, and she pulls it off.
Grace Britton of SWAT Valkyrie is on to the second round at 170 pounds. The sportsmanship between these girls after matches is unmatched. I mean, just unbelievable to watch.
It's good to see.
Mat number 3, Jana Turwey of West Lyon taking on Ari Russell at 190 pounds on mat number 3. Jana is the number 1 seed, 1-time state champion. Shot put athlete. She's also a student council member for West Lyon, and her sister is on the basketball team.
There's that shot put.
We're going to start seeing it more. Mat number 4, 190 pounds. Humboldt's Brooklyn Robinson taking on Chloe Hefner of Cedar Rapids Prairie. We're going to take a quick break. You won't miss any of the action. You're watching the Girls Union Digital Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
In Iowa, we all play by the same rules. Hard work pays off, practice makes perfect, success is something you earn, and teamwork helps us all be winners. The Iowa Pork Producers Association is proud to support statewide high school athletics. Because on our team and on yours, what we bring to the table is what brings us all together. Learn more about our commitment to Iowa at iowapork.org.
Welcome back to the Iowa Girls State Wrestling Tournament. Blake Walker, Sydney Bolin with you here this morning at a sold-out Extreme Arena here for the Iowa Girls State Wrestling Tournament, the first of its kind. Let's take you around what's happening all across your screen as we're getting everything set back up. Dallas Center Grimes, mat number 1, Dallas Center Grimes, Haley Budit takes on Kaylee DeYoung of Boyden Hole Rock Valley. Mat number 2, Abigail Chima of South Tama taking on Janelle Avila of Iowa City West. That one is over. I believe Avila got the victory on mat number 2. Mat number 3, Ella Brown, Cedar Rapids Kennedy taking on Grace Forts at 190 pounds. And at 190 pounds on mat 4, Brooklyn Robinson of Humboldt taking on Chloe Hefner of Cedar Rapids Prairie on mat number 4. So pretty much at 190 all across the board. Ella Brown of Cedar Rapids Kennedy over on mat number 3, softball player for the Cougars. Started wrestling all the way back in 4th grade. Long time wrestling. On mat number 1, it's a 4-4 contest between Bodette and DeYoung. Over on mat number 4, it's a 4-0 lead for Hefner over Robinson. And we're just getting going here. Leah Grimm of Osage on mat number 2, taking on Lydia Parkhurst of Waterloo West. .44 is still your score on mat number 1. There's a victory on mat number 4 for Chloe Hefner of Cedar Rapids Prairie over Brooklyn Robinson. 2-0 lead for Leah Grimm over Lydia Parkhurst on mat number 2. And we still remain, as we go to the second period, 4-4 on mat number 1 at 190 pounds.
I love hearing the crowd.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's a good feeling, and those wrestlers after they win it's got to make them feel pretty awesome too.
Mat number 3, Ella Brown with the victory over Grace Fort. Mat to watch right now is mat number 1, a 5-4 lead for Haley Bodett on top. Leah Grimm leads 4-1 over top of Parkhurst. And Bodett still holds that 7-4 advantage. Now she's going to try to look for a couple near fall points against Kaylee DeYoung. Mat number 3, Sheridan Engelken of Western Dubuque, the junior, taking on Kaylin Westerfield of Underwood. And on mat number 4, Kylie Vance of Nasha Plainsfield, taking on Kylie Noctegal of Spencer at 190 pounds.
Still trying to hold on mat 1 and get that pin.
She's been holding for a while. 39 seconds to go in that second period.
And she got it.
A victory for Haley Bodett of Dallas Center Grimes over Kaylee DeYoung. Bodett is on to the second round. A win on mat number 4. Nope, on mat number 3, Sheridan Engelken of Western Dubuque defeats Kaylin Westerfield by fall. And on mat number 4, I believe Kaylee Noctegal got the victory over Kylie Vance. So now the only one happening right now is Leah Grimm and Lydia Parkhurst, as we're closing in on 235 pounds. The morning has flown by here at the Iowa Girls State Wrestling Tournament. About 45 minutes into it, the announcement came out. It was good news that we were sold out here at Extreme Arena. Unbelievable. 190 pounds on mat number 4, Iowa Valley, Brianna Peach taking on Grace Ellsbury of Southeast Polk. Peach, the sister of Emma Peach, who is currently the 1 seed at 145 pounds. And on mat number 3, Maya Waldo, Ridgeview, taking on Mackenzie Aarons of Nevada. Leah Stewart of Charles City taking on Delilah Subson of Ottumwa.
2, Grimm pulls off the win against Parkhurst.
Grimm's got the Batman face mask to protect her nose, I assume. Looking menacing.
Either she has a bad nose or
yeah.
stitches or something already, or she's trying to prevent it.
Mat number 3, that's Nevada's Mackenzie Aarons. She's the 2 seed. She spent most of her freshman year wrestling for the JV boys team at Nevada as she healed up from her injuries. She finished runner-up last year, and get this, Sydney, she was ranked last coming into the tournament last year and finished runner-up. She gets the victory here as she's on to round number 2 very quickly at 190 pounds.
It's a prime example of
unbelievable
the seedings and stuff, and you really never know, especially with these freshmen that, they maybe don't have the background of some of the junior and seniors that have been doing it for a little bit longer.
Mat number 4, we're on to 235 pounds. Jocelyn Buffum of Missouri Valley takes on Allie Lashley, the sophomore out of Mount Vernon. And on mat number 2, a couple new faces. Dubuque Hempstead's Lydia Heffel takes on Eastern Buchanan's Allison Crum. Allison Crum, 39-8 record, a junior. Jocelyn Buffman of Missouri Valley. She finished runner-up last year. She's on mat number 4. She's ranked 5th. Mat number 3, Trinity Young of Linn-Mar, taking on Emma Cook of Colfax Mingo. As my papers are getting all out of order, there we go. We're good. Mat number 4. That's Jocelyn Buffum of Missouri Valley taking on Allie Lashley of Mount Vernon. Close one here with a 3-0 advantage for Leah Stewart of Charles City over Delilah Subson of Ottumwa. .190 pounds on mat 1 and 2, 235 on 3 and 4. Trinity Young and Emma Cook on mat number 3. They continue to battle at it with 1:30 to go in the first period. Mat number 2 got a couple of close chances at a near fall. Allison Crum's giving Lydia Heffel all she can handle as they're going to go to the second period with a 2-0 lead for Crum.
And Stewart's closing that, or making the gap a little bigger with a 5-0 lead now with a minute left in the second period.
Shot attempt on mat number 1 by Subson. She grabs the 2-point takedown against Leah Stewart. Still no. Oh.
No, getting close to the end of the first period on mat 3 and still got no points.
Mat number 3, no points. Mat number 4, no points. (5-3) lead for Leah Stewart. Delilah Subson has climbed back into this thing on mat number 1. Mat number 2, it's still a 2-0 lead for Allison Crum over Lydia Heffel. Got a locking of the hands.
Mat number 2 still staying pretty close, getting towards the end of that second period with just a 2-0 lead from Crum.
And just as you say that, she grabs a quick reversal and makes it 4-0. Mat 3 and 4 at 2:35, still no score. Both of those are on to the second period. At 235 pounds, Olivia Huckfeld is the number 1 ranked seeded wrestler. Softball player, shot put, discus. She also won the state championship. Everyone staying the same here. 1 and 2, 190, 3 and 4, 235. This one between Stewart and Subson has been pretty good. 7 seconds to go in the period there.
Ooh. And Stewart going for some near fall points.
She'll get 2 as time expires. There's a victory on mat number 2. Allison Crum with the pin and fall over Lydia Heffel of Dubuque Hempstead. So Crum of East Buchanan is on to the second round at 190 pounds. 11-3 lead for Leah Stewart over Subson. Trinity Young got a point on mat number 3. She leads 1-0 over Colfax Mingo Emma Cook. That would be an upset. Trinity Young a 15-10 record. Cook just a 32-5 record. And a 1-0 lead for Jocelyn Buffum over Allie Lashley of Mount Vernon.
Mat 1, Stewart with a 13-3 lead, and she gets the pin.
Charles City has brought some good wrestlers. As expected, when Luft is your top wrestler, obviously the program leads.
Helps get girls out too when you've
Absolutely.
got one like Luft.
Absolutely. Mat number 2, Central DeWitt's Avery Binion taking on McKenna Fetters of Martinsdale St. Mary's.
Ooh, and a nice takedown over on mat 2.
Yeah, that's Binion with the pin and fall. In
She's not
very
messing
quick time.
around.
Yeah, 18 seconds. That's up there with one of the faster we've seen.
Yeah.
Good start for Averia. Mat number 1 still at 190. South Winnesheek's Isabel Kipp takes on Emily Sharar of Cedar Falls. Mat number 4, Jocelyn Buffum in the third period with 1.5 to go leads 3-0 over Allie Lashley of Mount Vernon. Mat number 3, Waverly Shellrock at 235. That's Madison Heinrichs taking on Cascades Halana Reed. Reed 14-20 record, Heinrichs 37-2. Heinrichs the 3 seed at 235 pounds. And at mat number 2, another one getting going, 235. Ava Thompson of Charles City will take on Jacqueline Ordonez of Pocahontas area.
It's a school I feel like you don't hear very often.
Pocahontas. Home of Ellie Ruffridge, top scoring Iowa girls basketball athlete of all time. Another great example of the Iowa girl. You talk about the Iowa girl. The girls union does such a good job. So many leaders, so many really good athletes that love to use the platform to the best of its ability. And good characters. I mean,
Yes.
You see a lot of young girls here, which has been great to see. You know, they want to do this.
Yes.
Mat number 1, Emily Sharar is looking for a fall over Isabel Kipp. There is a 5-0 lead for Jocelyn Buffum. She looks like she's about to close in on a victory over Allie Lashley.
1-3, it looks like. Henricks 1-3.
All right,
on
so
mat 3.
yeah, Madison Henricks with the victory over Halana Reed on mat 3 at 235 pounds. Got to be closing in on the end here in terms of first round action, in terms of 235, because we're almost done. Things have flown by this morning. I believe Emily Sharar got the victory on mat number 1. I didn't quite see.
And we've got Jocelyn Buffman, who got the win of 5-0 against that Allie Lashley over on mat 4.
New faces on mat number 1. North Scott's Madison Andrews, the sophomore, taking on Hannah Illig Keith of Sioux Central. And then on mat number 3, Braylon Wagler of Waco takes on Caitlin Brokus of Dubuque Hempstead. Couple near fall points here on mat number 1 coming Madison Andrews' way. And Andrews with the pin and fall over Illig Keith. Mat number 2, that's Ava Thompson of Charles City taking on Jacqueline Ordonez of Pocahontas area. And I believe mat number 1 is done for now. Mat number 4 and mat number 3 and mat number 2 all using, but mat number 1 is done for now. So the one that seemed like it had the longest matches all morning is the one that finishes up first.
These last few matches, the girls they're ready to roll and said they're not messing around. That last one was a pretty quick pin also.
Mat number 4, Maddie Stanek of Manson Northwest Webster taking on Haley Armstrong of SWAT Valkyrie. Armstrong a 25-2 record and just a freshman. Zero all across the board. Haven't been able to say that in a while. Every single one of them is in period number 1 except mat number 2. They are just going to period number 2 between Ava Thompson and Jacqueline Ordonez.
There's still lots of movement though. You know, they're taking shots and they're defending each other off.
Quick escape for Thompson. Yes, she does. Ava Thompson with the escape over Jacqueline Ordonez. Meanwhile, 1-point takedown over on mat number 4. Or reversal, excuse me. There was an escape, then a reversal. We're tied at 2-2 between Stanek and Armstrong on mat number 4. Mat number 3, we're still at 0-0 as we start the second period.
Oh, quickly change with an escape.
We are moving your bout to mat 1. Once again, bout 224, 235 pounds.
They're now starting to move mats around or move matches around, trying to get everyone into play. And that means on mat 1, we get to see Savannah Sistad, the 2 seed, just a 9-1 record, but the junior from Creston, one-time state champion. Oh, not to mention she's a football player as well.
Oh, wow.
Tough on the gridiron, tough on the mat.
Oh, mat 4.
Yeah, it's going to get close. Oh, saved by the bell over on mat 4 between Stanek and Armstrong.
That one's a pretty close match with just a 4-2 lead on Armstrong.
Caitlin Brokus of Dubuque Hempstead got a 1-point escape over Braylon Wagler of Waco. Ava Thompson leads 4-0, now 5-0 over Jacqueline Ordonez. And Thompson's looking for the pin and fall over Ordonez.
And she gets it.
Ava Thompson is on to the second round at 235 pounds. Molly Bramble of Louisa Muscatine on mat number 1 taking on Savannah Sistad of Creston at 9-1. Like I talked about, Sistad, a football player and a one-time state champion for the Panthers.
You give any girl credit to step out on a field with a bunch of guys in pads.
And she's off to a hot start, 2-0. On mat number 4, it is a victory for Haley Armstrong of SWAT Valkyrie. She is on to the second round at 235 pounds. Mat number 3, they're going to the third period between Wagler and Brokus.
Mat number 1, it looks like, is that Sistad on top?
Sistad. And did she win it? Yes, she did. The first thing she did was turn around and try to help her opponent up. Savannah Sistad of Creston with the victory.
Nice
Pin and fall at 235 over Molly Bramble. Mat number 3 is all that we got left. Everybody else is done for the morning, at least.
We're in the third period with a minute 30 left, tied 1-1 on mat 3.
(1-1) third period, 1:17 to go. This is the one we're watching between Wagler and Brocas. Wagler of Waco, Brocas of Dubuque Hempstead. Well, you said we hadn't had overtime.
I know.
How fitting that the last match that we've seen this morning could go to overtime.
We still got about 45 seconds
we still got
left,
time,
so
but this is where things get interesting.
yes.
A lot of head fighting. Wagler takes back down to the ground. Is that enough? Nope, they're going to stop it. They'll give one to Wagler. All right. So they give one to Wagler, so now it's 2-1. I think it was an illegal hold or unnecessary roughness on Brocas, and well, we jinxed it. That's of course how that happened.
Still 30 seconds.
Brocas still has time, but it's not like an escape can happen. So Brocas either pretty much needs the takedown here, with 23 seconds to go.
And it is doable.
Braylon Wagner of Waco. Waco's had a really fun year in terms of athletics. Football team made it to the state tournament in football. Basketball teams look pretty good this year. She's trying to get some work done on the girls' side. And with 3-2-1, it's not going to happen. Braylon Wagler of Waco is moving on to the second round at 235 pounds. And Sydney, that is it for our morning session pretty much, as that is a wrap on competition from 100 pounds all the way to 235 pounds. I would love to take you through every single result, but we don't have that right now. They're going to update all the brackets as we roll on. But what a morning it has been. A couple more still going on over on the other mats. Just to recap, we've gone through all 14 weight classes on this side, mats 1 through 4. At 9 o'clock we started. At 9:45 the facility sold out. So if you're watching from home and you want to come here, I highly recommend you buy online tickets, because if you get the online ticket, you're you're guaranteed a spot here. If you don't, you end up like the people who are currently, there's a couple of people waiting outside to get into the building.
Traffic is terrible.
Traffic is terrible. We've heard it's backed up on I-80. So unbelievable job by the girls' unit. This has been a great morning. We're going to step aside. We'll be back for our next session, and we'll keep you right up with the action. Blake Walker, along with Sydney Bolin. Great morning here at the girls' state wrestling tournament. Thank you for watching, everyone. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
In Iowa, we all play by the same rules. Hard work pays off, practice makes perfect, success is something you earn, and teamwork helps us all be winners. The Iowa Pork Producers Association is proud to support statewide high school athletics, because on our team and on yours, what we bring to the table is what brings us all together. Learn more about our commitment to Iowa at iowapork.org. In Iowa, we all play by the same rules. Hard work pays off, practice makes perfect, success is something you earn, and teamwork helps us all be winners. The Iowa Pork Producers Association is proud to support statewide high school athletics, because on our team and on yours, what we bring to the table is what brings us all together. Learn more about our commitment to Iowa at iowapork.org.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine is a community service center. We know you like to keep your body healthy. We also know that that activity level to keep yourself healthy can lead to injury. Our sports medicine experts can provide treatments such as physical therapy, surgery, or something in between. Why go anywhere else other than where the Hawkeyes go to stay on top of their game?
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
The Iowa Farm Bureau is proud to present this amazing state tournament and celebrate the accomplishments of Iowa's student athletes. To the Iowa Farm Bureau, this is more than just a sport. It's hometown pride, it's hopes and dreams. It's our future leaders, it's a reason to do more and be more. And it's that farm-strong spirit that can only be found in Iowa. Congratulations to the student athletes and coaches on a successful year, and remember, today's successes are just the beginning of tomorrow's achievements.
In Iowa, we all play by the same rules. Hard work pays off, practice makes perfect, success is something you earn, and teamwork helps us all be winners. The Iowa Pork Producers Association is proud to support statewide high school athletics, because on our team and on yours, what we bring to the table is what brings us all together. Learn more about our commitment to Iowa at iowapork.org.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine is a community service center. We know you like to keep your body healthy. We also know that that activity level to keep yourself healthy can lead to injury. Our sports medicine experts can provide treatments such as physical therapy, surgery, or something in between. Why go anywhere else other than where the Hawkeyes go to stay on top of their game?
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
The Iowa Farm Bureau is proud to present this amazing state tournament and celebrate the accomplishments of Iowa's student athletes. To the Iowa Farm Bureau, this is more than just a sport. It's hometown pride, it's hopes and dreams. It's our future leaders, it's a reason to do more and be more. And it's that farm-strong spirit that can only be found in Iowa. Congratulations to the student athletes and coaches on a successful year, and remember, today's successes are just the beginning of tomorrow's achievements.
And welcome back to Extreme Arena, Coralville, Iowa. It is the 2023 Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Championships. I'm Ben Hupke, and a privilege to be alongside Sydney Bolin.
Yes.
For this upcoming round. Boy, I tell you what, pretty impressive crowd here to say the least. In fact, so much so that I think the doors outside are locked.
Yeah, no, we sold out about 45 minutes after they opened the doors this morning.
So one of the considerations they're probably going to have to look at heading years to come might be the fact that this might have to be moved, because you do your homework. The popularity of girls wrestling is rather significant, more so than any state in the country right here in the state of Iowa.
Yeah, no, that's one of the comments that I made, is that we're going to be looking, maybe the girls being at the Wells Fargo Arena in Des Moines like the boys were.
Certainly would not be any surprise to yours truly, and well-deserving. As you watch these young ladies, they have dreams and aspirations just like the young men do, but nevertheless, this is a sport in which it's difficult, it's hard, and if it were easy, there'd be a lot of people doing it. It is not, and subsequently, you still continue to see the numbers ramp up with participation right here in the state of Iowa. The largest increase among girls wrestlers in the country right here in the state of Iowa.
Yeah, no, I was looking at stats, and it looked like we had at least a double the amount of increase than what any of the other states did.
And with all that being said, most recently, the Tulsa Nationals, the young kids from kindergarten to 8th grade, the highest placing percentage of any girls program in the country, when you add them all together, came from the state of Iowa.
Which is awesome. I know our youth programs have done a lot to kind of help push these girls and these numbers grow, and indeed they have. Even, you know, that AAU Youth Girls Wrestling Tournament, they've had to kind of split it up into different age divisions and spread it out amongst the state to make sure we can get those girls and the tournaments run smoothly.
Sydney, for those that aren't maybe familiar with who you are and what you've done, maybe let our outstanding listening audience maybe give a little bit of a resume and a background of what you've done.
Yeah, no, my name's Sydney Bolin. My dad was a state champ out of Indianola, Iowa, and I kind of grew up as his sidekick. Everywhere he went, I went, and he's always been involved in AAU wrestling along West Creason and the Pamulax, and so I've kind of gotten to be able to grow up in that environment and help alongside with those guys and do a lot of youth wrestling.
You know, you look at some of the last names of these young ladies, and a lot of them correlate with either brothers or fathers having a lot of success, and most notably, we're going to go down on mat number one. The number one seed out of Raccoon River, Northwest, and that is Katie Biscaglia.
Yes.
She's got an older brother who wrestles for the UNI Panthers, and Kyle Biscaglia.
Yeah, no, and he was definitely a fun one to watch at the high school boys state tournament. And if you can see, she's got Dad down there in her corner.
Already a quick 2-0 lead for Biscaglia on mat 2. We remain scoreless on mat 3. Miss Elliott out to a quick 2-0 advantage over Algona's Miss Tobin, and a 2-1 advantage for King out of South Central Calhoun, and over Miss Corrado out of Eagle Grove.
No, there's been a lot of action this morning, so it's cool to see these girls on to the next round and keep the aggressiveness that they had from this morning, and they're all just ready to roll.
Well, the number one seed, the person everybody think is the young lady to beat, in Kate Biscaglia, wasting little time down on one. She's got Aurora Preston out of Spirit Lake Park in all kinds of trouble, so much that that is a fall for Kate Biscaglia. End time of the fall for the number one seed is going to be 1 minute and 34 seconds. So 1:34 the time of the fall for Biscaglia, and she'll move in to the quarterfinal round later here this evening.
We've got some good action on mat 3. Goodness, I don't think I've had enough coffee this morning. Harley Tobin against Elliott. Going into the second period, tied 2-2. Another close match on mat 4. We've got Courtney King of South Central Calhoun against Genesis Corrado on mat of Eagle Grove. 3-3, but right now King's got Corrado on her back.
I think I'm going to follow your effective system there, Miss Bolin, and that is put up track wrestling on the iPhone. It's much easier, I might add, than looking at the very small print for the brackets we have placed right in front of us.
I've gotten pretty lucky and become pretty familiar with track wrestling. It's pretty easy to use. And over on mat 4, we got King with the fall. Mat 2, lots of action. Again, same thing. We've got Salinas tied against Christensen, 2-2 in the second period.
Back down on mat 1, about 2:33. This is Maya Kurth out of Waukon. She leads Emily Fritz of Anamosa 2-1. And as Sydney just alluded to momentarily, a big lead by Haley Tobin out of Algona. She's extended her lead. It's now 11-4. That is down in your left-hand corner of your screen, down on mat 3. What is one of the observations that you made from your vantage point up here? Granted, it's a little bit different than the guys and stuff, but do a lot of these matches happen to go the duration, or do you see a lot of fouls?
It's kind of been a mixture of both. We haven't seen any overtime yet, but we've seen a lot of them push it to the very last second. And they're either super close or the girls are just really good at fighting off their backs. Mat 4, we've got Riley Gotch against Luma Gushiro. Gotch is out of Carlisle and Yoshimo is out of Des Moines Public Schools. Gotch with a 2-0 lead right now.
So all across your video monitors now, big leads for Kurth, Salinas, Gack, and Tobin, all out with significant margins. Looking for the fall down on 3 once again is Harley Tobin, and she's just secured the fall, has Tobin. Time of the fall for the kid out of Algona will be 4 minutes and 41 seconds. So 4:41 for Harley Tobin, the number 9 seed. She advances to the quarterfinals later here tonight. Down on mat 1, just getting her hand raised, was Waukon's Kurth. She likewise victorious. We're going to go down to mat 1, and Jillian Worthen, outstanding from Union LaPorte City, the number 1 seed. And her opponent, Ada Decora and Chloe Sheffield.
We've got an injury on mat 3.
Good action there by Worthen. She's going to go to an over-under series. Down here on 1. Opponent is Chloe Sheffield. A nice lateral drop by Worthen. She has secured the 2-point takedown. will not pick up any near fall criteria there. But boy, she's going to keep that bar arm, isn't she, Sydney, on that right side?
Yeah, Worthen, definitely. She was one of the ones that first round that she came out. She's not wanting to mess around today. She came out and pinned her girl in the first period also.
Well, she's looking for her second consecutive fall. She's got a lot of time to secure it. Well over a minute. And there it is. Jillian Worthen out of Union, LaPorte City for the Knights. Winner by fall in 104. She's into the quarterfinals. She was one of the young ladies this offseason that wrote really an inspirational message to University of Northern Iowa, maybe to get their women's program up and running. So always nice to follow those kids.
Yeah, no, and you know these girls are truly trying to make an impact, and they don't want to be done after high school. They want to keep wrestling and grow the sport even more than what we are right now. On mat 3 from Colfax Mingo, we've got Lily Webster and Maya Rausch from Cedar Rapids Prairie.
Wasting little time here on CISN. 8 mats covered. This is absolutely amazing.
And it is going smoothly. Mat 4, we've got Gotch with the pin over Gershio. Mat 2, Salinas with the win over Christensen.
And a tournament of any stature, whether it be young ladies, young guys, always has to click with outstanding officials. And I think Iowa, without question, pretty blessed to have outstanding wrestling officials all across the state of Iowa. And you see a tremendous nucleus of them here today. They'll be here tomorrow and then on Saturday as well for the boys' version of their state dual championships.
Yes, our officials for the next few weeks are going to be pretty busy over the actually half weeks that the tournaments last, between this one and duals this week, and then you've got districts next weekend, and then we got turn around and have high school state and then youth state.
Never ending.
Never ending. We love it. That's why we're here.
The world's oldest and greatest sport. So much so that this place is jam-packed. Got in here a little bit late, but nevertheless, the lines to the concession stands, the lines to the restrooms, they're pretty long lines.
It is packed in here, for sure. We had Rogers with the fall on mat 1. Mat 2, we're looking at Mack versus Johnston with possible near fall points or even a fall. Mat 3 in the second period with no points. We've got Lily Webster of Colfax Mingo and Maya Rausch of Cedar Rapids Prairie. Oh, and a nice pin on mat 4 by Ella Huron of Ankeny over Maddie Lundville of Wapello.
Excitement is brewing inside Extreme Arena in Coralville. It is the 2023 Girls State Wrestling Championships, as the state last year sanctioned high school wrestling in the great state of Iowa. And the girls work hard, and deservingly so, are getting the recognition through CISN and live video coverage from you. We're in Coralville, capacity-packed arena. And it's been a popular arena for the world's oldest and greatest sport. The team trials set forth in here. Other
D3 had their national tournament here. Girls, I know girls national tournament is going to be here in the next month or two.
Yeah, we talked about wrestling in the state of Iowa from a girls' perspective. Some about 1,350 new wrestlers this year in the gals division, in contrast to what it was a year ago. And I think you'll probably see that probably even double from what it was this year to next year. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on the Iowa High School Girls Athletic Union to maybe make a decision. Hey, do we come back here, or do we have to relocate someplace where it might be a little bit larger? You kind of want to have that situation. That's a good situation to have, but pretty indicative right now that it is a threat. They might have to go someplace next year, because this is pretty unique. This is overwhelming to see what the girls' union has done, sanctioning the event, sanctioning the sport. And man, the young kids from kindergarten to high school, they have bought in. There's tremendous participation and enthusiasm.
Yes. No, that's one of the things. I was lucky enough to be a coach in a corner last year and be here when they announced that they were going to sanction girls wrestling. And even just being here today, the goosebumps kind of come back from that feeling of we're truly making an impact in not even just girls wrestling, but girls athletics as a whole.
Down on mat 1, about 2:59. That is Cal Siri out of Linn-Mar. She's just a freshman, 35-7 on the year. And her opponent out of Grettinger Terrell Ruth and Ayrshire, that is Trista Ginn. She likewise a freshman, 21-4. Over to mat 2. Mat 262.
Mat 2, about 242. We've got Ava Belden of North Fayette Valley and Macy Teat of Waverly Shell Rock. Right now, Teat a 2 lead over. Oh, now it's Marley McBride. My apologies, guys. Marley McBride of Clear Creek on mat 2 versus Kylie Henius of Lamar's.
That's a familiar name. It's Hesinius out of Lamar's. The last name, a state champion there. And that's a proud family wrestling tradition, the last name of Hesinius out of Lamar's. No score just there down on mat 2. That is a consolation round number 1 matchup. And then down on mat 3, it is about 2:35. And that's Lily Webster out of Colfax Mingo at the moment, trailing. Maya Roush. Yeah, I think you've got it all figured out, Miss Sydney Bolin. We're better sought to just maybe take a cheat sheet, look at track wrestling rather than the tight fine print here on our brackets.
On mat 3, it looks like we've got Alexis Colbert of Osage versus Faith Cooper of Waukon.
Again from Grettinger Terrell Ruth and Ayrshire, leads it 2-1. Just on the way to begin the second period. And Maya Roush, a 1-0 winner over Webster, down on mat 3.
Mat 1 with Gwen and Siri really going at it. Right now you got, I believe that's Gwen on top and pulled off the pin. She got the fall.
So your winner by fall down on mat number 1. Is Trista again.
On deck on mat 1, Nora Bacchus of Ankeny and Alyssa Sanchez of West Liberty. On deck on mat 3, Jalen Hideo of Osage
Down to mat 1. Championship bracket, 110 pounds, about 263. This is Bree Swenson from Vinton Shellsburg. Her opponent out of Oline in Riley Hartman.
Mat 2 from Clear Creek, Amana. We've got Marley McBride and that Kylie Hinnis. Still pretty tight match right now. It's McBride with the 4-2 lead, and we are in the second period.
Water, soda, anything? You're good?
Mat 3 out of Southeast Polk. We've got that Carissa Hersum versus Lauren Witt out of Cedar Falls. And mat 4, we've got Alexis Colbert versus Faith Cooper. Right now with Colbert up 4-0 in the third period. On mat 4, we had Kobit pulls off the pin.
Down to mat 1 we go. Bree Swenson from Vinton Shellsburg looking for the fall, already leading it 6-2. Got her just before the termination of period number 1. Time of the fall for Swenson from Vinton Shellsburg is going to be 1:57.
Up on mat 2, we've got Mason City, Lila Sheehan, and Kennedy Stolk of Dubuque.
Another popular last name down on mat 3. Championship round at 105. And that is the Cedar Falls Tigers' Lauren Witt, as she leads Carissa Hersum out of Southeast Polk. It's really unique, though. You look at a lot of these last names, and you know there's that same bloodline. It's just the sister wrestling, not the brother. And so it's kind of neat.
It's cool to see. Either you're seeing siblings here at the tournament today, or you know they've got a history of either brothers or dads or uncles who have wrestled in the past.
The last name Witt, presuming, got to be a relation or a sister-brother situation to Dylan Witt. Had a fantastic high school career at Cedar Falls.
For sure. On mat 4, from Valley, we've got Avery Burr versus Kara Vedipo from Solon.
Down on mat 1, we're going to go to the Consolation bracket, round 1. Bacchus and Sanchez.
Mat 2, we got that Lila Sheehan leading with a 4-0 lead against Kennedy Stock as they go into the second period.
The Cedar Falls Tigers Witt out to a early 4-1 advantage. Down on 3. That is a championship round of 16 matchup at 105. For those that aren't familiar with the girls' weight classes, there are 14 weight classes. So we'll keep you abrupt to what's going on there, but to better equip you, as the bout number is there, the next number would constitute the weight class, and then the terminology, if it's a consolation round, what round is it, or the championship round. Pretty good graphics too as well. So allows you to follow that way.
It's super cool being able to watch it live now rather than calling a friend or just hearing it on the radio, you know?
There it is.
Mat 2, we've got good action on top by Sheehan. Still with a 4-0 lead in the second period, but working to get some near fall points.
Just an off-the-wall question for you, Sydney Bolin. Any relation to Ryan Bolin?
If he's from the Indianola area, there's probably a good chance of it.
He was a tremendous wrestler in his Indianola days.
There's a Ron Bolin. He was a wrestler out of Indianola also. Would have placed at state.
Wartburg College head wrestling coach Eric Keller.
Eric Keller, yes.
He's from Indianola, native.
Also had a pretty popular match in the state finals, I believe.
He did indeed. So Lauren Witt, Cedar Falls, looking pretty impressive down on one. So much so that I stand corrected. Witt is on 3, and that match has now concluded. We'll get much more efficient as the tournament progresses. This quite a lot of work. 4 matches into your video monitor.
A lot going on, and it goes pretty quickly. We had Burr with the fall on mat 4. Now we've got from SWAT, Addison Lundquist against Sierra Elderbaum, Lewis Central.
If you got a chance,
and Elderbaum pulls off the fall on mat 4.
Gonna go down to mat 3. Well, that didn't last very long. As quick as we went there, Goodell out of Osage, another popular last name.
Right.
She already secures a fall. She, through my homework, Jalen, senior, now 32-0. She's the number 1 seed at 110 pounds. Boy, you better not blink. You do that, you might miss the match.
Literally.
Underway down on mat number 1, about 275 as we go up to 115 pounds. Lily Stacks out of Waterloo East. Her opponent out of Valley West Des Moines, and Aaliyah McMaster. So McMaster and Stacks is the matchup down in 1 in your video monitor, just underway. A nice horse over move there by McMaster. Looking to make quick work of Stocks. There it is. Boy, a quick fall of 36 seconds, 36 cents.
I think our fastest one that we've had so far today is 18 or 19 seconds.
Wow. So McMaster out of Valley West Des Moines, winner by fall in 36 seconds on mat number 1. Now up on mat number 3 at 115 pounds, it's about 285. And that features Maddie Swenson out of Osage and Molly Seck out of Sioux City North.
On mat 4, we've got Caitlin Bjork out of Decorah and Reese Burns of Central Community at 115. And mat 2 from West Branch, we've got Emerson Thomas and Ashley Leslie out of Nevada. Oh, they are at 110. Some of these freshmen coming in here are pretty impressive. We've got a pretty big group of freshmen coming in competing with these juniors and seniors.
We talked about the significance of numbers, national participation. A year ago across the United States, just over 52,000. This year, 16,000 more. So right there goes to show you that it's becoming more and more popular. And it gives these young ladies, if they want to take a chance and do something that they think they might enjoy or be competitive at it. Pretty impressive, though. I mean, if you got here late, mid-morning, difficult spot to actually find a place to park.
Yeah. I was on 80 and we were at a dead stop, waiting to get off at the exit to get here.
Down on that one at 115 pounds. It is about 281. It's Caitlin Ryder out of Pleasant Valley, and from Marion and Natalie Hedlund. Near side cradle for Ryder right here. And she's looking to make quick work of Hedlund here. Saved by the time on the clock would be Hedlund. Going to go to the second period down on 1. It's a 4-0 lead.
Mat 4, we got Burns leading Bjork 2-0 right now with blood time. Mat 2, we've got Leslie of Nevada leading 4-0 against Thomas. And they are in the second period.
Sioux City North leading Osage down on 3 at the moment. This will take some time to get a medical attention, more than likely blood. One thing I've already witnessed, and it's a pretty easy observation, the sportsmanship. The sportsmanship, very impressive, is it not?
Yes, no, it's been awesome. I mean, these girls have, they're not just raising their hand and running off the mat. They're taking the time to help the other girl off the mat. And, I've seen lots of hugs this morning. I feel like you don't really see too many hugs at the boys' tournaments, but they hug it out and walk off the mat.
There's a winner by fall down on mat number 2.
Yep, I've got Thompson with the fall over on, Leslie with the fall on mat 2. She was actually down and came back and got the fall.
On deck on mat 1, Adeline Minahan, trainer, and Kelly Logan of Clinton. On deck on mat 2, Anna O'Rear.
Sack out of Sioux City North has now extended her lead down on mat 3. She leads 4-2. We hope all is well down on mat number 1. It appears some type of injury for Miss Hedlund.
On mat 4, I got Bjork in the lead now, 10-4 against Burns. Mat 2. Oh, go ahead, Ben.
No problem. That's it.
No, I was just saying, Mat 2, we've got new faces. We've got Kaylee Spencer out of Spencer versus Kamina Munson of Mason City. Right now, Munson leading 2-0 with a minute in the first period.
All right, we're going to take a 1-minute break, and we'll be back to the 2023 Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Girls Wrestling Championships on CISN. We'll be back in 1 minute.
The Iowa Farm Bureau is proud to present this amazing state tournament and celebrate the accomplishments of Iowa's student athletes. To the Iowa Farm Bureau, this is more than just a sport. It's hometown pride, it's hopes and dreams, it's our future leaders, it's a reason to do more and be more. And it's that farm strong spirit that can only be found in Iowa. Congratulations to the student athletes and coaches on a successful year, and remember, today's successes are just the beginning of tomorrow's achievements.
Fairway knows meat, right? They've been doing it for over 80 years. You hear customers talk about the meat everywhere you go.
Everybody loves coming in and picking out a beautiful steak.
We're there to serve you. And so that's why it is special.
Most of us that are working back there, we would probably be called foodies.
That's their passion. They love to go home and cook.
I don't know if I'm a foodie. I think I'm kind of a steak snob, probably.
People hand cutting steaks every single day, working the counter, making sure that everybody knows when they get home they have the best in town.
And we want to welcome back all of our wrestling enthusiasts to the 2023 IGHSAU State Wrestling Championships here in Coralville inside Extreme Arena. The first year of the sanctioned tournament. Pretty impressive, to say the least, as 8 mats lay out in this facility, Sydney Bolin, but you've got to be quite impressed, not only with all the action going on, but really the support these young ladies get administratively, but their parents, grandparents. This is a jam-packed facility here today.
This place is packed. They even had to move the cheerleaders out of the stands and kind of in the back to kind of stay corralled for them to go to each match. But I wrestled in high school, and I mean, they called me the night before I was supposed to be at this so-called state tournament that we had, and they said, "Hey, you won. We're going to mail you your medal and your bracket." And I said, "No, thank you. I don't want an empty bracket." So this is super awesome. This is a really big experience and something cool for the girls.
And more significantly, through my eyes, from the broadcasting perspective, it's really the leadership of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union that really has stepped up to the plate. They knew that there was significant interest here on behalf of the young ladies. They wanted to make it a big deal, and they have. They made it a sanctioned sport. And man, I tell you what, this is very impressive. Much kudos and thumbs up has to go to the leadership of the Iowa High School Girls Athletic Union to sanction something like this. And I'm afraid to say this, but it might come to fruition. I would be shocked if this tournament is in this venue next year, only from the standpoint of the spectator concern, because right now you've got people standing all over the place. Not that the Extreme Arena facility can't handle it, but next year at this time, you might see double the size from the spectator number situation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sure they're more than glad they sanctioned it, because we had a 1,300 wrestler increase at least just from last year to this year. So then you throw in all those extra spectators and people supporting, their wrestlers. And I mean, like I said, we sold out 45 minutes in, and they had to turn people away at the door.
And that's something I think, as Gene Berger, the number one administrator of the girls' union, they'll look at it. They don't want to have that come to fruition again next year, where somebody can't see a daughter wrestle or a granddaughter wrestle. They don't want that to happen, and it's nothing that they did on their end other than to say, hey, we probably, quite frankly, didn't think we were going to have this many people here, but to see it with your own eyes, This is pretty impressive. Very, very impressive to say the least. I would not be shocked if this tournament, because of the interest, is somewhere next year. And that's nothing against the venue as we speak right now, Sydney Bowen. It's just reality.
Yes.
And the popularity of the sport of wrestling becoming that much more significant on the girls' side.
Yeah, no, definitely. And this venue it's perfect. It's a good setup, and just unfortunately we just don't have enough seating for all of our spectators and stuff to come support their athletes.
So job well done, thumbs up to the Iowa High School Girls Athletic Union. A job well done, and it's pretty indicative just observing all the spectators here. There's not an empty seat in the house. In fact, got in here a little bit late this morning, but nevertheless, lines to the restroom, lines to the concession stand. I would hate to think how long you would have to stay in line just to get a little soda pop out of the concession stand.
I know you'd have to find somebody who's not got a match going on, because as fast as these matches are going too, you're going to miss them.
Back to the live wrestling we go. Championship matchup down on mat number 1. About 293. It is the 120-pound weight class. And this is Leah Chandler, junior, out of Sheridan. She's 22-3. And her opponent out of Glenwood, 12-seeded Emily Lundvall, 25-6. A 6-1 lead for Chandler after the first 2 minutes. Down on mat number 3, Dubuque seniors. Hannah Reel, her opponent here out of Anamosa, the number 2 seeded Annison Musser.
On mat 2, we've got Cadence Pape from MFL Marmac and Grace Johan out of AP GC, and they are currently wrestling the championship round at 120. And on mat 4, you've got Southeast Polk, Addie Nelson versus Jadalyn Daly out of Davenport, and they are also the championship round of 120. I've got Nelson winning 2-1 against Daly on mat 4, and that's another freshman. We're seeing a lot of these freshmen keep moving forward. It's kind of cool to see these freshmen in here. They've making an impact. On mat 2 too, I got Stor Johan, freshman also from APCG, up right now 1-0 against Cadence Pape.
Down on mat 1, championship round at 120 pounds. This is going to be Ava McDermott, the junior out of Dubuque Wahlert. She's 22-7. Her opponent out of North Scott in Kylie Wainwright, the number 9 seed. She's a senior. She's 30-8. And wasting little time is Wainwright with a quick takedown. She quickly leads 2-0. Kind of interesting just to, when you don't want to make a comparison to a correlation from the gals to the guys, but one thing you notice, the technique on the girls' side is getting better. And when they start first wrestling, that's something that each competitor try to tweak, but it is getting a lot better.
It's definitely improving.
It really has, yep. And looking for the fall down here on 1 is Wainwright. And here's another thing that I don't think a lot of people understand in the world's oldest and greatest sport. Now there's additional opportunities once you conclude your high school career, right? Most notably here at the University of Iowa and Chris at Chung. But a lot of smaller schools across the great state of Iowa are trying to implement their own wrestling programs. Grandview out of Des Moines ranked number 1 at the NAI level. A lot of Division III schools trying to get up and running. Iowa Wesleyan down in Mount Pleasant, they're doing a great job. So I really think, and I will say it time and time again throughout the broadcast over the next couple days, what the girls' union did by sanctioning wrestling in the state of Iowa, it's a win-win situation, and there's so many obvious things that you can support that comment at. The participation levels, the spectator numbers. I'm really excited for the young ladies and see where this goes because the numbers here in the state of Iowa darn near doubled from a year ago.
Yeah, no, and it's cool too because if you're not seeing, some of these girls, it might be their first year, but they've probably been mat side for years. It's just a senior that maybe had brothers in it and that wrestled, and then she was a manager, and then she decided I'm going to give it a try.
Yeah, and if you don't think some of these young ladies are tough, they've been beaten up by their brothers a couple times, right? That's why they're wrestling. I mean, we look at the first couple weight classes. Miss Biscaglia, who prepped or was out of the Waukee Northwest Raccoon River program. Miss Worthen, right?
Yep.
Those gals have brothers that now wrestle at the collegiate level. So that they had a lot of influence on their sisters, and it's neat that the sisters are answering their challenge. Go out and wrestle, go out and wrestle.
No, it is super cool. And too, even some of these just sister pairs, they've got a full-time wrestling partner where they can go home and just keep practicing. And growing up, I had two sisters and a brother, and I was the oldest of them, and we just beat the crap out of each other because, with my dad being heavy into wrestling like he was, we all just thrived off of it.
Another familiar last name down on mat 1 in Consolation mode is Collins. And if memory serves me correctly, she's got a brother, Drake Collins, a top 4 wrestler in the state of Iowa for West Liberty 170. So really neat, I think, through my eyes, that a lot of these gals are taking on the challenge. And just really, I think, an awesome move on behalf of the Iowa High School Girls Athletic Union to sanction this thing. And I'm excited to see where this thing takes off. But if this year's any indication from a year ago, wow, watch out.
Yeah, the changes that are still yet to come with this and watching it grow, it's going to be cool. On mat 2, I've got Iowa City High's Erin Anderson and April Hulson of Cedar Falls for the 25 championship round. Mat 4, I've got Sioux Center's Cora Shutt versus Grace Patterson of Central DeWitt, and they are in the 120 consolation round.
Couple consolation matchups on 1 and 3. Missouri Valley and West Liberty duking it out in what is a Collins 2-1 advantage. And down on 3, we're scoreless between Bettendorf and Lindmar. And for those that are fortunate that are able to watch it and they're not able to be here, pretty neat by CISN, the Central Iowa Sports Network. 4 actual matches into 1 monitor. Pretty impressive. Now, from our perspective, Sydney, it's very difficult to follow and stay up the tune on each one of the 4 mats, but nevertheless, it does give our outstanding wrestling enthusiasts something to watch, and more significantly, doesn't cost them a penny. It's free.
Right? Yeah, no, I feel like that's a big thing. It's always, well, how much is it going to cost? Well, you get to watch the full tournament for nothing.
And it's able to be done that way because of our outstanding sponsors that make this thing click, and we see them about every 15 minutes. And so if you get an opportunity, Farm Bureau, the title sponsor, if you see any Farm Bureau representative, give them a handshake, a pat on the back, let them know how much you appreciate their support of Iowa high school athletics, most notably over the next couple days here of the Girls State Wrestling Championships. Consolation round matchup. Down on one. It's a 4-2 Collins advantage over Goody out of Missouri Valley. And you know, you made reference with the significant response in terms of spectatorship. Didn't even hear you say about the cheerleaders. That's really neat. They've included them in here as well.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, they've got to hide in the back, whereas usually you kind of see them in a certain area in the bleachers, and then they send them out as their wrestlers go out. But it's super cool that the cheerleaders get to be here too to help support those wrestlers.
Big reversal for Goody of Missouri Valley. She'll secure the fall. She was trailing 4-2. Reversing Collins to her back and secures the fall, and she'll move on to the next consolation round here of this two-day event. Now we're going to go our attention down to mat number 1. It is bout 311. Sophie Barnes, another popular last name, wrestling for Lewis Central, and taking on IGHSAU out of Waverly Shell Rock. Barnes, a popular name over in Southwest Iowa, got an older brother who had some success at Underwood. So once again, you see that the girls just can't get away from, they got to replicate what their brother's done, right?
They want to do better.
Exactly.
They want more state titles.
and kudos to them.
Yes.
Because this sport is not easy. And if it were, there'd be a lot more young ladies doing it. So,
yes,
you know, a big thumbs up for the grittiness, the toughness of all these young ladies. They start their season a little bit earlier than the young men do in Iowa.
Yep.
They conclude a little bit earlier, but boy, just so impressed. This is really neat. And like you said, it kind of makes the hair on your arm stand up a little bit. Very, very neat to see something like this. So we remain scoreless, down on 1. And scoreless on 3 between Bettendorf and Lindmar.
I've got some close matches on too, with Anderson leading only 2-1 against Hulson in the second period. And on mat 4, we've got a 4-1 lead. That freshman Shut out of Sioux Center. And they are also getting towards the end of the second period.
We hope everybody that's watching our live broadcast from Extreme Arena in Corville, Iowa, you're liking it. I'll be the first to acknowledge. And Sydney, making reference, really your first opportunity to put a headset on. You're doing a terrific job, but I don't think people understand, especially when you got a split screen 4 different ways, and you do that in quantities of 2. We've got another team on the other side of the arena doing it. It's very difficult, so we're doing our very best. I would think, though, as the tournament progresses, we will probably hone in more a little bit individually to the matches and then what we're able to do right now, because you really don't want to not be fair to one mat versus the other mat, but nevertheless, it's very difficult. And with that being said, with all the small fine print here. You've kind of won me over there, Sydney, on that, just following it on track wrestling. But with that being said, then you're battling everybody here in the arena, right?
Right, yeah, it doesn't
With
update
their,
as fast
internet.
as maybe I need it to.
So we hope back home you're enjoying it. As we mentioned, if you happen to see a Farm Bureau representative, please let them know your appreciation for this live coverage as the title sponsor. Without their support, you also seen Fairway on here as well during the break. Let those professionals know how much this means to you as a spectator if you're not able to be here, because we want this thing to keep growing and growing and growing. And boy, oh boy, has it been something special here just in the last hour to see all of the spectators and all the enthusiasm, and it's really, really mind-boggling. Sophie Barnes of Lewis Central. She is the number 4 seed at 125 pounds. She leads it 3-0 with 30 seconds to go in the second period.
Mat 2, I've got a new match. Addison Applehands of Anamosa and Kaya Logan of Spencer, and they are in the Consolation round at 125.
I don't know about you, Miss Bolin, but it's kind of cool back here. They got the doors wide open, and it's not 70-degree weather outside.
No, I know. That's why I don't know if people are still kind of being able to come and go, or I don't know, but I definitely wouldn't have wanted to be one of those people standing outside in the cold, because I'm just kind of inside the door here and my ankles are frozen.
What a sight. It's the first year of sanctioned girls state wrestling in the great state of Iowa. We hope you're enjoying our broadcast on the Central Iowa Sports Network, live from Extreme Arena in Coralville, Iowa. Sydney Bolin, I'm Ben Hupke. You got 4 mats into your video monitor. And we're doing our very best to keep you acclimated on all the scores. Barnes leading Heisey 6-0. Giza over Jelinek got a Linmar 3-0. And what do you have over on mats 2 and 4, Sydney?
2 and 4. I've got Applehens leading 2-1 against Logan, and I've got on mat 2, and I've got Cora Shutt leading 6-2 against Patterson on mat 4.
Well, we're going to get to more live action. A new matchup down on mat number 3. Ames and Red Oak going at it. That's Winky and Bond. And another last name, B-O-N-D. Pretty familiar in the Red Oak area. As Winky out front of Bond, 2-0. Sophie Barnes is going to win it. Final score 7-0. She'll advance to the quarterfinals later on here this evening.
Right now I've got Cedar Falls leading the way in team points with 34. And then to follow, we've got Decorah, Waverly, Shell Rock, Lewis Central, and then Osage coming in at number 5.
So those are your top 5 teams?
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Once again, want to extend a big thank you to the outstanding crew here at the Central Iowa Sports Network team. Big thumbs up to the Girls Union for sanctioning this event a year ago, and the best move I think they've ever made, without question.
Yes, and I guarantee you they are thinking the same thing themselves.
They're probably saying to themselves, oh boy, what have we got ourselves into? Where are we going to go next year?
Right, yeah. That's always a good thing to happen.
It is indeed, yep.
Right now on mat 4, I've got Kylie Costello out of Muscatine against Reese Roberts of Linn-Mar. Right now with Roberts leading 3-0.
One of the state's most outstanding young ladies, and she's a good one, out of Charles City, coming up into your monitor on mat number 3 at 130 pounds. She's the number 1 seed, Lily Luft. And you want to talk about a young lady that's tough, not only physically, but between her ears. It's this young lady, to what she's had to endure throughout her life, losing her brother to an all-terrain vehicle accident, to do what she's done. Going to head to the University of Iowa.
Yes.
Is Lily Luft.
No, it'll be super cool to have her nice and local so people can go support and watch her. She's one that's got, I think, our fastest pin, or one of them. That first match, she just went out, and before we could even blink, she was done.
Well, the clock's not running, but now it is. Luft gonna try to get after Miss Mickles out of Perry. Just underway, down on mat number 3.
On mat 2, I've got a championship round, Destiny Crum of East Buchanan versus Kylie Shoup of West Delaware.
And on 1, a match just getting underway, scoreless after the first period. Bullerman U and Stadiford out of the Des Moines Public School System. There's Luft with a really nice executed double leg takedown now with a deep half. And the Charles City Comet senior, who's going to head to Iowa looking for the fall. She's got a lot of time to do it. 40 seconds remains in period number 1. There it is. Time of the fall for Lily Luft. $1.32, 132 for the fall for Luft. And the Hawkeye recruit, she's in the quarterfinals tonight with her second straight fall.
On mat 4, I've got a pretty close match here, getting towards the end of the first period with Elizabeth Roberts of Waterloo West and Sierra Wieland, who is leading the way 3-2. Mat 2, I've got that championship round of Crum of East Buchanan and Shoup of West Delaware. Right now, Crum leading the way of 4-0.
I think when you mentioned the top 5 names, East Buchanan, did you not? Were they inside the top 5?
I did not. They were not on the list. I was actually kind of surprised because they're one of the teams that, you know, they've had, 11 wrestlers qualify?
They've really developed their girls program there.
Oh, I listed the top 5, and they are 6.
There you go.
And they've got a pretty common name in there. Johnny Johnson's been in there helping them, and I've seen him kind of tagging along right along with them, taking pictures and being mat side with them.
We're live from the 2023 Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Championships. The first year in sanctioned function. And a big thumbs up to this organization for making it work. And man, they hit the jackpot. Let's be honest, it's amazing. A sold-out arena. They've actually turned away spectators. You might want to say in a very friendly way, perhaps maybe they have violated the fire code. But with all that being said, in all sincerity, it's just really, really cool to see. And they've got a big chore in front of them, a big decision to make after this tournament. Hey, man, what are we going to do next year?
Yeah, they're going to have to turn around right away after this tournament and already start thinking of a plan and getting ready for next year and what to do. On mat 2, I've got Crum with the fall. And she moves on to the next round.
Down on mat 3. The graphics down to your video monitor. This is not Lufton Nichols. So we'll see if we can get that switched up a little bit. Cresco and Des Moines Public Schools are down on 1 in a 1-1 deadlock.
Mat 3, we've got Lily Stowe of Waverly Shell Rock versus Noelle Bodeger of Ballard, and that is a 130 championship round.
Another familiar last name down on 2 right now from Fort Dodge.
Ross, yes, I've got Alexis Ross and Elena Koo of West Leon. And they are battling it out. I've got a 2-2 score between the two of them, and they just keep back and forth. On mat 4, I've got Roberts not making it easy on Wayland as they fought there on the edge of the mat. I've got Wayland up 8-3 with 1:12 in the third period.
Also a big thumb up to Coach Matt Shannon out of Independence. He runs this tournament. But just send him a friendly reminder, courtesy of text, that mat 3 graphically is stuck right now, so hopefully you can get that changed up a little bit. All right, we will take another break. You're watching live the 2023 Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Championships on CISN. We'll be back in just 1 minute.
In Iowa, we all play by the same rules. Hard work pays off, practice makes perfect, success is something you earn, and teamwork helps us all be winners. The Iowa Pork Producers Association is proud to support statewide high school athletics, because on our team and on yours, what we bring to the table is what brings us all together. Learn more about our commitment to Iowa at iowapork.org.
And a very pleasant return to all of our outstanding wrestling enthusiasts across the state of Iowa, and for that matter, across the country. What a treat to be able to be here over the next couple days on CISN. That's the Central Iowa Sports Network. It is the 2023 Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Championships after last year's sanctioning situation. And man, what a job well done by the director of the girls union and Jean Berger and her staff to get this thing implemented. And I'm telling you what, you have to be here to kind of feel it, but it is electric and it is something special. Standing room only, a capacity field crowd here inside Extreme Arena. And these young ladies, all of them are here for one reason and one reason only, and that's to secure a state championship medal, and for that matter, to compete with the very best. Just over 1,300 competitors started the tournament, and there were actually 8 regionals across the great state of Iowa last week at 4 different sites. Pretty unique. 32 lady brackets, and this being officially the first Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Championships. And I can assure you that Extreme Arena here in Coralville is very gracious to be the host of this event. We just hope that it does in fact come back here. Maybe, I don't know if you can put more seating in here, but it's completely full of spectators. Moms, dads, grandpas and grandpas, uncles and aunts, cheerleaders, wrestlers, you name it. This place is filled to the rafters. Now joining us once again, Sydney Bolin out of Indianola, Iowa. And we've said it once, we'll say it again, but it's well worth stating many times over. This is pretty neat spectacle.
Yeah, no, this is pretty cool. And a fun note there for you, my family is from Indianola, but I graduated from Mid-Prairie.
Mid-Prairie Wellman?
Mid-Prairie Wellman.
Oh.
That is where I went to high school.
All right.
And they actually have a good handful of girls here competing today.
In your video monitors, 4 different mats, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Apparently, we have not been able to get that graphic down on 3 fixed. They'll continue to work on that. Another popular last name on mat 1, Sanders out of Vinton-Shellsburg's got a pair of brothers that have had tremendous careers at Vinton-Shellsburg, and this young lady might be the best of all of them. Already out to a quick 2-0 start.
Mat 2, I've got Avery Burke out of Carroll and Tiana Tietzen from Denver, and they are in the consolation round at 135. Currently with Burke leading 4-3. Mat 4, we've got Anna Johnson of Cedar Falls and Becca Henraker at Tipton, and they are in the consolation match at 130 with Henraker leading the way 2-0. Mat 3 is the one that we got frozen there. We've got Asia, forgive me for the names, Jahanger out of Dallas Center Grimes, and Mara Smith from Fort Madison. They are currently tied 2-2.
Well, we appreciate you giving us that insight, because if you're home or wherever you may be watching, it's difficult to see the score. You're not going to correlate track with the live video here. Chloe Sanders, the number 2 seed, leads it 3-0. Pretty aggressive stall call down there on number 1. I will say this, really, through the magnifying glass from a broadcasting perspective, when you got somebody that's kind of overwhelming the bottom person, trying to turn them, is it really stalling or is it not stalling? And through my eyes, it's not stalling, and this is a reason to upset Miss Sanders, so much so that she put a bar arm on and darn near tore off Miss Westcott's arm. She ends up pinning. Westcott does Sanders, and the time of the fall for the kid out of Vinton-Shellsburg High School is 1 minute and 56 seconds.
I've got a pretty good match going here on mat 2 with Avery Burke out of Carroll and Tiana Tietzen from Dever. Right now they are 6-5 in heading into the third period. Oh, and it looks like Tietzen's got the pin. Mat 4. I've got Hinderaker leading the way 4-0 against Johnson. Right now with about 45 seconds in that second period. A little update on mat 3. I've got Smith up 4-3. Currently, and Mara Smith gets the fall over Asia Jahanger for the 130 consolation round. Mat 2, I've got a new set of wrestlers. I've got Maylee Ellsbury versus Bella Mulder of Dallas Center Grimes. And they are the 135 championship round.
Mulder got a older brother. Wrestles for Wartburg College, ranked second in the country. So just really amazed to see some of the last names here. And you know they're proud sisters of their brothers, but that's why they're doing it. They kind of want to outdo their brothers.
Right.
You stated that earlier.
The competition makes it fun. I bet you some of those siblings are sitting out in that crowd too.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll assure you of this. If they're not in the facility here today, they're watching right here on CISN. Walls from East Buchanan, Bonema from Solon on 1.
I've got Ellsbury leading the way here at the end of the first period. Currently 5-0 against Mulder on mat 2. Hinderaker out of Tipton over on mat 4. She's got a 9-0 lead on Johnson with about a minute left.
Very rarely will you see a wrestler take the top position, but that was the case right there with young Mulder down on 2. She elected to take top. She trails 5-0.
I mean, if you can really, truly ride the girl out and get some back points, that's huge. Usually they're taking bottom to get those extra points.
Well, Mulder's trying to get after it, trying to lock in a cradle. She trails it 5-0 here. Good work, though, by Ellsbury out of South Tama County. She's out for 1. Now 6-0. We're live from Coralville, Iowa's Extreme Arena. I thought that guy was taking my computer and everything away from me.
I've got new wrestlers up on mat 4. We've got Ellie Brenneman from Mid-Prairie Wellman and Shaylee Sutherland out of Spencer, and they are in the championship round for 135.
Ellsbury out of South Tama County off to that big 2-0 lead. Hey, look at there. Mat 3. Good work. Our guy running the tournament, Matt Shannon. So we're going to go down to mat 3. This is championship round at 130 pounds. About 331. Lily Stowad out of Waverly Shamrock and Noel Betger out of Ballard. Looking for the fall is the Go Hawk. And she does get the fall. She wasted little time. 40 seconds. Now, the last time I was in school, that's like 40 pennies, 8 nickels, 4 dimes, or a quarter, dime and a nickel. But nevertheless, 40-second fall is pretty efficient.
Yeah, no, that's these girls. Some of them, they want to get out there and get it done quick. Mat 4, I had Ellie Brenneman with the fall.
So down on 1, a little bit of confusion on what's going on down there. Championship round at $140, that's 140. This is the number 1 seed out of Lewis Central, Mari Mans, a sophomore who's wrestled 44 matches this year. She's 42-2. Her opponent out of West Marshall in Sienna Ficken, a junior. But right now, for the moment, Mans pretty relentless on top, looking to maybe turn out a near wrist. And she has sucked Ficken right back into her back and trying to get some near fall criteria met. Boy, is she tenacious on top.
I've got Ellsbury looking for the fall over on mat 2. Right now she's currently up 11-0 for the championship round at 135. And I believe she just got the fall. Mat 4, I've got Anastasia Simon out of Decorah versus Summer Wolf, Indianola, and they are on the consolation round at 135.
Very efficiently moving from one weight class to the other. 14 weight classes. And girls wrestling here in the great state of Iowa sanctioned its first tournament. And there's the number 1 seed in your video monitor on mat 1 in Mari Mann. She's going to win by a fall in 1 minute and 45 seconds. Boy, these number 1 seeds, Miss Bolin, they're wasting little time. They're getting it right after it. We're seeing a lot of pins here today.
Yeah, no, it's impressive. They're out. They all want the same thing, and they're all going to fight hard for it. So I believe our championship rounds are going to be some rounds to watch, because these girls are going to fight it till they can't fight anymore.
A lot of wrestling coming to you here from Extreme Arena. Quarterfinal round will take place later this evening in the next session. Semifinals tomorrow morning before we conclude the two-day event with the championship and championship consolation finals tomorrow night. All of it can be seen right here on the Central Iowa Sports Network. We hope you're enjoying the live broadcast. I'm Benjamin Hupke alongside Sydney Bolin, who originally from Indianola, but very proud of where she went to high school, Mid-Prairie Wellman. And they've got some good wrestlers down in the Mid-Prairie Wellman area.
Yes, no, we've seen a few Mid-Prairie girls wrestlers out here on the mat in the championship rounds. It's cool to see because, like I said, when I was there was me and I think our team of boys had 5 guys on it. So small all the way around.
Hey, how you doing, Jerry Mitchell? Proud father of Nick Mitchell at Grandview. Pretty impressive, isn't that? Yes, it is. We have alluded to that. That is going to be a difficult decision that the girls' union is going to have to make. But they've done it right. There's no doubt about it. When they sanctioned it a year ago, you knew all the young ladies were on board. And I think something that people don't realize unless you do your homework, and that is this. We talked about it prematurely when we went on the air today, but the Tulsa Nationals just took place a couple weeks ago, and the state of Iowa had the most place winners of any state in the country.
Right? Yeah, no, that's super awesome for the state of Iowa.
It really is.
And our youth.
Because this sport can teach you so much. It's always nice to win. As you win with grace, you lose with grace, but it also teaches young kids, whether it be girl or boy, you're going to face adversity in life through winning and losing. How do you handle that? And that's one of the things I think I take with me a lot of times where I go. You like to broadcast, you like to have good matches. But you see a lot of these kids down the road and they grow into be outstanding young ladies / young men on the boys sector, and it's really cool. So that's why I go back and reiterate. I just think the fact that the leadership of the girls' union to sanction this thing, you may call me crazy, but I think it's probably one of the wisest decisions they've ever made, because if you can double up from one year to the next, and they've done that from a year ago to this point, just think what they're going to do next year and 5 years from now.
Right, yeah. No, it's cool to see something grow from, maybe 5 years there was nothing to now. I mean, we're selling out seats at a pretty nice venue.
Oh, no question. And it's a beautiful venue. For the moment, it's the right venue. The only question is, because of the enthusiasm and the participation numbers, will the facility be able to withstand any larger numbers? Then that's something they're going to have to work out. Big fall coming down here on 1. Always amazing. The guys in the corner, the coaches, for that matter, the spectators and the fans, the moms and dads, the grandpas and the grandmas, they always seem to have a better picture than the guy that's right in front of about 2 feet away.
Right.
So we commend our officials as well.
Yes, no, and like you said earlier, state of Iowa's got a pretty good set of officials, and I know some of these guys, growing up, I kind of get picked on at some of these tournaments, seeing these guys repeatedly like I do, but no, we've got a good set of officials, and I know they're doing a great job at training the new officials coming in, and I give them kudos for the next month because they're going to be exhausted.
So a unique example right there is where Budaderi went out in front 6-0, and then Templeman come back from Raccoon River Northwest and secure the fall. So never say die mentality, and a winner and a good job there. And here comes once again another familiar last name, in the sport. This is Miss Jumesi, coached by her dad. In the championship bracket of 140, Kiara is the number 3 seed. She's 44-0. Her opponent here is Haley Citron. Go ahead.
Some of these matches that these girls have, we had noticed, you know, like we had a 19-1 earlier, and then, you know, some of these other ones, they've got like 49-0 or
49 matches.
Yeah.
I don't know if I wrestled 49 matches in 4 varsity seasons in high school. It's just amazing, and that's what I talk about. The opportunities there for these young ladies. And the thing that I really grasp and really appreciate what they're doing is they're taking it by their hands, and they're going after, and they're going to try to do whatever they can to achieve their goals.
Yes, absolutely. And it's cool to see these coaches, too, kind of make that change and, you know, making sure these girls are getting to all the matches, all the tournaments that they can, and things like that. And even, you know, they're going to have to hire more coaches to come in and help coach these girls now that they've got pretty much their own teams.
And with that being said, that's a good point. You're going to see more school districts, or for that matter, more teams next year participate because of that fact. Not all the states, not all the schools across the great state of Iowa provide wrestling.
Yep.
And so that's why you see some of these kids branching off to local other school districts to participate. Once again, big thanks to CISN, that's the Central Iowa Sports Network. Tremendous work here. Caught me off guard here today. Great setup.
Yeah, no, it's...
by Mr. Tarpey and his crew. And I might say it's neat to have a lady on the side too, because you never see that. It's the first time I've experienced having a female underneath the headset with me. And I think that's good. I think you see that, you need that, because you can relate to the young ladies much better than I can, but it also provides a unique perspective because you experienced it, you've done it, and people like to hear from your vantage point what they're actually going through, so that's pretty cool as well.
Yeah, no, it's definitely cool, and it's a privilege to be here and be able to do this. I can check off my 2023, looking for something new in the wrestling. In the wrestling thing, I was looking for something more that I could do, and I feel like I can check this off as part of my something more I'm able to do for the sport of wrestling.
And I would encourage you to, by saying this, don't let this opportunity be your last. Seek out other opportunities.
Yes.
Seek, the freestyle broadcasting perspective, all that stuff. Because opportunities like this, they don't come around every day. I mean, they really don't.
No, I got hooked up with these guys. I came to a volleyball tournament, the state volleyball tournament that they held here, and it was just as awesome as this. They did really good at setting it up and everything, and CISN did an awesome job broadcasting it too, but I've never been to the Iowa State volleyball tournament, and I went to the Iowa State volleyball tournament to cheer on our local school that my spouse cheers at, our coaches at, and somehow we got hooked up. Jenny Lichty's a close friend who helps do other sports, and she got me hooked up, and here I am.
How about this down on that run? You very rarely will see this out of a young lady, and that's by no means being derogatory negative, but young to Jumesi here, look at the rear standing lifts from rear standing. She'll pick him up. She's putting him down with a little bit of gingerness, but you see that all the time from the boys or men's perspective. I don't know if I've seen mat returns here today exhibited by Jumesi like she has. She's returned her opposition 3 or 4 times down to the mat, and when you do that, you take a lot of starch and energy out of the opponent.
Yeah, no, she's doing a great job at doing it. It's cool, these girls are picking up more and more each day, and them learning all these different things. It's cool to see the girls kind of piecing things together and put it together in order to be able to wrestle tougher matches like this, because it's definitely, she's using it to her advantage.
And her father, who's in her corner, is her coach. He was a multi-All-American at Wartburg College, as was her uncle. So a lot of talent through the bloodlines for this young lady on top for Waverly Shell Rock. And right now, for the moment, though, she's in a kind of a heated battle. No score, 0-0. Once again, a big thank you to all of our sponsors that making this feat possible. Folks, in all sincerity, if you have an opportunity, you got a Farm Bureau representative, whomever in your immediate area, please show them your gratitude with a simple handshake, a thank you, whatever it may be, because without their generosity, I will make you this promise, this would not be possible. So a big thank you to Farm Bureau, our title sponsor of this event. And that's a pretty impressive ride out for Kiera Jamesi in the second period. She'll go to the third, tied at goose eggs, 0-0.
I've got a pretty close match here on mat 2 against Presley Mass of Missouri Valley and Ryan Dunn out of Bellevue. They are currently 2-2 and here ending the first period going into the second period.
Jamesi already out for one, down on one. Gonna take a timeout for blood, I'm presuming. So 1-0 Jamesi leads. Down on 3, Snyder and Stifle. So Waverly Shell Rock with a couple young ladies on adjacent mats.
Mat 4, I've got a championship round at 140 with Mackenzie Tolfason out of Decorah and Clara Sapienza out of Southwest Iowa. Currently, Sapienza leading 6-0.
On deck on mat 7, Jolie Strohmeyer of Duluth Senior and Kaylee Gibbons of Mason City. And on deck on mat 8, Greta Roos of Davenport and Allie Ressler of...
So they attain to Linmar's Seatram here. 1-0 the score. These young ladies going forehead to forehead here.
These girls are tough. A few years ago, before even last year's tournament, AAU has a high school division, and I believe it was Tatum Park and Chloe Clemens who are now both wrestling at the collegiate level. I don't think Chloe Clemens is anymore, but Tatum Park, they battled it out, and she ended up, I'm pretty sure she broke her nose, but they left everything they could on the mat and wrestled.
Oh, there's no doubt about it, but here I don't know if Haley Seatram's too excited about going forehead to forehead with Jamesi. Good shot by Jamesi on the out-of-bounds sector. Des Moines Public Schools and West Liberty hooking up down on 3. And Jamesi secures another stall point.
I've got a championship round at 145. Nancy Bowman of Logan Magnolia and Epsi Almazan of Lewis Central. Right now, Bowen off with a 2-0 lead. 4-0 lead. She just gets some back points. Mat 4, we've got our consolation round at 145. Mallory McGuire of Ankeny and Morgan Malloy at Charles City. Uh-oh.
Well, that's an unfortunate situation there. Going to be, I think, a point for Haley Seatram. They're going to call it a slam. Now she'll have 2 minutes of recovery time to see if she's okay. But I don't think it's any hidden secret that Jumesi is a superior athlete here. But nevertheless, you have to abide by the commands of the rules, and let's hope she's okay.
Mat 2, kind of an exciting match. I've got a 4-2 lead, Bowman in control right now. I don't think I've seen this much blood time.
Well, you do have 5 minutes of blood time, and I don't think I've ever seen it extend out beyond 5 minutes. But one thing, even if it did get to 5 minutes, from my experience, I don't think you're going to see a referee call a match.
No, but between first round and this round, I think we've had a good percentage of matches that had to be stopped just because of blood time.
So hopefully this young lady out of Linmar's okay. 3-1 the score. And in some instances, I might add, very politely, you'll see an athlete who receives a point because of a slam kind of, make it bigger than what it is.
Yep.
Especially when that person knows that the other person is more superior than what's actually happening. And I think a kudo needs to go to the gal from Linmar there, because she very well could have succumbed. And had she done it, she would have won by disqualification.
Yes,
but she continued to wrestle, and that's going to do it. Final score 3-1. As Kiara Jumesi defeats Haley Seatram in a good matchup on the championship side of the bracket, 140.
Mat 2, I've got a 5-2 lead with Bowman and going into the second period.
Down on mat 3. As gal out of the Des Moines Metro Public School System leads it 5-0 over Garcia Vasquez out of West Liberty. Good wrestling here on this now Thursday afternoon.
Mat 4, I've got Malloy leading the way versus McGuire, 10-2, and they are going into the third period.
Live from Extreme Arena in Coralville, Iowa. It is
Looking
the
for a
2023 Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Championships. The first sanctioned State Wrestling Championship on the girls' side. And a big thumbs up to those all involved, most notably the director of the IGHSAU department, and Gene Berger. Big step forward, I'm telling you right now. They've got a difficult decision to make. And I'm glad I'm not in their shoes, but based on the attendance here in the first session, it's going to be something that they're going to have to waver at a long time and give very careful consideration because of just that. I know for a fact when I came through today, the backside on the loading docks and came upstairs, the line was probably 50 yards in length to the concession stands and the restrooms.
Yeah, no, it
and there
literally
wasn't an empty
wraps
seat
around.
in the corridor.
Yeah, you have to almost walk to the opposite end concession stand just to get in line for the one closest to you. Mat 2, I got a big match here on Mat 2. I've got Skylar Slade, a freshman at Southeast Polk, versus Sadie Schoolbrock, senior at Crestwood Cresco. And it looks like Slade's going to take control of this match and gets the takedown. Going to work on.
She's got an older brother, too, that is ranked number 1 at 170 for the Rams. She's one of the state's outstanding young ladies, and she's just a freshman. And there's a good old pastry. Odds to lasagna, don't spill any on you for the outstanding freshman. And she's got tremendous accolades, too.
Yes.
Sydney, she's been all around across the country. Wrestles for TJ Moan Academy. And a fall. Boy, she wasted a little time. She's on to the next round.
She's a fun one. I got to watch her kind of as youth, and when she was younger, kind of watch her grow up and compete, and it's cool. She's done awesome, and I wish her luck for the rest of her career. Now on Mat 2.
On deck on Mat 2, Casey Huss, Embassy Playboy, and Abigail Trema, South Taker County.
Now on Mat 2, I've got Maddie Poulis of Fort Dodge and Josie Jecklin of Epworth, Western Dubuque, and that is a championship round for 155. Mat 4, I'm in a championship round at 145. We've got Phoenix Grip of Williamsburg and Alex Harswick from Gilbert.
All right, we're live from Extreme Arena in Coralville. You got coaches jumping all over the place outside their friendly seats in either the red or green corner. A lot of passion and energy exhibited. A lot of pins here in the first couple rounds. There's one just right down on one.
On deck on Mat 3, 170 pounds, Nicole Williams.
14 different weight classes in the girls sector. They start at 100, followed by 105, 110, 115, 120, 125, 130, 135, 140, and 145. Then it jumps 10 pounds, goes up to 155, where we just seen Skylar Slade, the outstanding freshman, with a fall. Then up to 170, 190, and concludes with 235. So 14 weight classes, and obviously smaller weight classes because the young ladies are smaller, as most ladies are. And as they, grow older, you see some of the separation of weight class. You go from 100 to 145 in 5-pound increments. Once you get to 145, then there's a 10-pound difference, a 15, then a 20, then a 45. And I think a job well done with the weight classes. Gives everybody a chance. And really, early on in the weight classes, there's not really that necessity to cut a lot of weight.
Yes, yeah. No, definitely. Oh, let me get my mic on here correctly, huh? No, that weight thing is definitely a big thing, and it's nice having those, just the 5-pound increments, because wrestling at those boys' weights and having to cut, 10, 15 pounds out the gate, it's not easy.
It really is not. You look at all the weight classes here. The number one seed at 100 pounds is Katie Biscaglia. She's a freshman, 41-0, now 43-0. Jillian Worthen, a sophomore out of Union, 23-0. Jalen Goodell, now 32-0, a senior out of Osage. Molly Ellen, who I think probably is the best young lady wrestler in the state of Iowa. You might have some different thoughts, I don't know. But I would think that Molly Ellen's probably the best young lady in the state. She's now 28-0. Just up and down the lineup. Mackenzie Childers out of Cedar Rapids Prairie, 44-0. Skylar Slade now 46-0. Oh, man.
And we could go on.
We could go on and on and on nonstop. And good for these young ladies.
Yes.
Good for them. Havana Griffith from Independence out to a 2-0 lead. Wasn't expecting to talk this much, Sydney Bolin.
I guess I thought that's what our job was.
It was, but I wasn't thinking it was going to be on 4 different mats.
Right?
So let's hope and pray that the voice can stay with us over the next, 30 hours, 36 hours?
Yes.
Hey, kudos once again to the Central Iowa Sports Network. This is impressive. I've never seen nothing like this before. But they're doing it times 2.
Yeah.
You and I are on this side of the fence. Another outstanding tandem is on the other side of the fence, meaning the other side of the facility. And they've got 4 mats over there. We've got 4 here. Very impressive. And the thing I think that strikes me most significantly is this. For those that aren't as fortunate to be able to be here, for whatever reason, they can go to the Girls Union website and they can watch it at no cost.
Yes, absolutely.
So a thumbs up to CISN. Mr. Peter Tarpey in charge of that. But probably the biggest thumbs up, not to swell any heads, let's be honest, was the sanctioning of girls wrestling in the state of Iowa 1 year ago. And now look what it has become.
Yes, moving
Phenomenal.
forward.
And probably, more so than anything, they were kind of sending people away today.
Yeah.
Right? Because they didn't want to violate the fire code.
Yep.
Laugh out loud. But tomorrow, it's going to become even a bigger issue.
Yeah, tomorrow might be a bigger issue for sure with that championship rounds tomorrow. And I mean, because you're just more families going to want to come watch and support and buy your tickets. Get them online if you can, for sure.
Might not be able to do it anymore. Might be sold out. Also want to reiterate, if you do have an opportunity, you might know somebody inside the Farm Bureau organization, whether it be your insurance representative, an administrator, please send them a thank you with a simple handshake or a pat on the shoulder by letting them know how much you appreciate this. Tell you what, this is a rarity that you are able to see something of this magnitude at no cost.
Yeah, for
Generally,
sure.
there's always a cost involved here. No cost. Thumbs up the Farm Bureau for making that happen through their generous contribution, not only to the Iowa High School Girls Athletic Union, but also to the boys' side as well. They're the entity that really makes it click, both boys and girls, and a big kudos to them. There's a proud family member.
I don't even know which one they're cheering for, and it gives me goosebumps. We've got a consolation round for 155 here on mat number 2. We've got Casey Huss, MOC Floyd Valley against Abigail Chima from South Tama County. Mat 4, I've got a consolation match also for 155, and that is Gracie Pinicki, Mount Vernon, and Jocelyn Boardwell of West Fork, Sheffield.
Griffith and Herrick locked up in a 3-3 deadlock, and Whitcup and Strickert on a championship side in what is a Independence Mustang 2-0 lead. Now you're starting to see some of the seats empty out of here. Going to overtime on 1.
That is our first overtime match.
Griffith and Herrick. 1 minute, sudden victory. First one to score wins. And Herrick will come out the victor. Final score, 5-3. Down on mat 3, another 2-2 score involving another Independence Mustang.
Mat 2, I've got Casey Huss with the fall over Chima from South Tama.
We're live from Extreme Arena in Coralville, Iowa. It's the first ever sanctioned event on the Iowa High School Girls Athletic Union sport of wrestling. Kudos to all of those folks making it happen. What a setting. Capacity field here in Coralville. Snuck in the back door on the loading dock today and you couldn't get in. Amazing. Long lines to the concession stand. Long lines to the emergency restrooms. I do not want the job of those folks in the next couple weeks going to have to make a difficult decision. I know I've said it once, I'll say it again. This is a tremendous venue, but I don't know as if those folks at the Girls Union can honestly say they expected this type of turnout today. They won't have any problem paying the officials with a turnout here over the next couple days.
Right, exactly. No, for sure. And if they didn't know before, they should know now how big wrestling is in the state of Iowa, whether it be boys or girls.
Yeah, no question. And I've said it a multitude of times. I think it kind of puts a little bit of syrup on the ice cream, and that is the most recent activity in Tulsa for the Tulsa Nationals, where all the young kids, preschool through high school, go. The Iowa girls led the entire country in place winners of that tournament.
And that's awesome. I know during the summertime they've got
a big chore and a decision forthcoming on what they're going to do for the future. Because this size, I don't think they can withstand years to come. I just think it's inevitable.
Yeah, hands down, we're going to have to find a venue that can hold everybody so that we can make sure all family members can be here to watch their athletes.
Another familiar name down on mat 1. young Miss Avila out of Iowa City West. Gets a fist pump from her dad. Got a brother wrestling for the University of Virginia as well.
We've got a championship match on mat 2 at 170. We've got Jessie Hutchison of Newton and Autumn Ellsbury of South Tama. As well as on mat 4, also 170, we've got Naomi Simon of Decorah and Carissa Oldenburger of Waverly Shell Rock.
We'll have to find out, Miss Sydney Bolin, the number of different teams represented. My count had 151. I don't know if we can check on that, but that's pretty significant. And I would think a year from now, you very well could see it up around 2 1/4. Independence's Miss Strickert, a winner, 6-2 over Woodcup out of West Marshall.
We've got 157 teams competing here at
Wow.
the
That's
Girls
amazing.
Iowa State Wrestling Tournament.
157 teams. There's a young lady from East Buchanan securing the fall in a blazing 1 minute and 4 seconds. I've been informed we need to take a timeout, so we'll do just that. This is the 2023 Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Championship from Extreme Arena in Coralville, Iowa. We're going to take a brief timeout. We'll come back in 1 minute.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine is a community service center. We know you like to keep your body healthy. We also know that that activity level to keep yourself healthy can lead to injury. Our sports medicine experts can provide treatments such as physical therapy, surgery, or something in between. Why go anywhere else other than where the Hawkeyes go to stay on top of their game?
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
And a very special return to all of our wrestling enthusiasts across the great state of Iowa and across America for that matter. It is the first ever sanctioned 2023 Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Championships from Extreme Arena in Coralville, Iowa. Alongside Sydney Bolin, I'm Benjamin Hupke. Hope you're enjoying our live coverage. And quite frankly, I've been doing this for 35 plus years. This is quite the setup. Fortunately, if you're home, you've got 4 matches into your video monitor, and probably more significantly, it's free to you. Thanks to whom? Iowa Farm Bureau and all of our outstanding sponsors. Iowa Farm Bureau is our proud title sponsor. Folks, if you get an opportunity and you see a Farm Bureau representative, whether it be an insurance agency guy, whomever, let them know you're appreciative of their support of this event, because without their generosity, this would not be made possible. This is a big, big treat. This is bigger than maybe perhaps winning the Powerball. I don't know that much, but it's pretty big. Maybe a bigger treat than what you get from Santa Claus come Christmas time, but really kudos goes out to the Farm Bureau.
Yes, absolutely. It's much appreciated by all. I've got our top 5 teams here again. I've got Waverly Shell Rock leading the way with 42 points. I've got Decorah, East Buchanan, Lewis Central, and then Cedar Falls. So it's been quite the change since we last talked about it at the beginning of this session.
Another familiar last name out of the West Line camp, Turwee. Had a brother who is an outstanding high school wrestler as well. Down on mat 2. Porcelli out of Southeast Polk. Team Porcelli. Going to win by a fall. Believe father runs a camp in the Des Moines metro area. He does. Yeah, he does.
He's got a pretty good youth club out in around the Des Moines area.
And the rock and stone of our family, my mom and dad, they're watching and listening out in Cherokee, Iowa. Mom and Dad, I love you very much, and I hope you're enjoying our broadcast. Something you've never seen before. Miss Dix going to secure the fall, down on 3. That is a round of 16 matchup at 170 pounds.
I got a championship round on mat 4 at 170. I've got Leah Grimm of Osage and Grace Britton from that SWAT. And right now I've got 0-0. And we are in the second period.
Young Miss Grimm is the proud daughter of Upper Iowa University coach Heath Grimm. So once again, that last name, so synonymous with the world's oldest and greatest sport. Just think about this, Sydney. If we had $5 for every last name correlation that we could make with either a dad coaching wrestling or brothers who've had success at either the high school or college level, we could make some pretty good money.
We definitely could make some pretty good money.
Extreme Arena starting to empty out a little bit. It wasn't the case about an hour ago. But really neat to see the Iowa High School Girls Athletic Union sanction this event 1 year ago. And I'll still stand by my words, I always will. Probably one of the best decisions I think Jean Berger and her staff has ever made.
Yes, absolutely. Got a championship match here on mat 2. I've got Haley Bodditt out of Dallas Center Grimes, and I've got Kaylee Natchigal of Spencer.
Just over 1,300 competitors started the day. And by the tourneys in, tomorrow night we'll have 14 individual champions. And don't tell these young ladies one iota. They're trying to secure themselves. Proud not only for themselves, but for their respective school districts. They start a little bit earlier than do the poise programs in the state of Iowa. They end a couple weeks earlier as well. But they certainly put in a lot of hard work, and it's coming to fruition here, not only today, but will conclude tomorrow night. A lot of tight matches across the board. West Lyon and Prairie Cedar Rapids locked at 1-on-1. And yet no score on mat 3 between Decorah and Southeast Polk.
Big match on mat 4. We've got Britton who pulls off the win against Senior Grimm of Osage.
Like to see some of our camera angles on the coaching boxes, because some of these guys down here, they just as well challenge Dancing with the Stars.
Right?
Some of these guys are jumping up and down. And tell me the coaches aren't passionate, you're crazy. But down on mat 1 most notably, these coaches work very, very diligently from start to finish. And they've got these young ladies' best interests, and they want their stalwarts be on top each and every match. It don't always work that way, but been very impressed, and I've already talked about this. Really, the sportsmanship has been just paramount here today, and I'm sure that will finish the rest of the tournament. Go to overtime, down on mat 1. Good matchup here between West Lyon and Cedar Rapids Prairie.
We've got a championship match here up on mat 4. Ella Brown of Cedar Rapids Kennedy and Aaliyah Johnson of Raccoon River Northwest.
Jana Turwey is the #1 seed in the tournament, and she's in a fight for her life right now. In a 1-1 score, we're going to go to a couple 30-second tiebreakers. Let's just better elaborate. We'll wrestle 2 30-second periods. Just because you get out in this 30 does not mean the match is over. There is also another 30 seconds. And Turwey, for the moment, keeping down Chloe Hafner of Cedar Rapids Prairie. They're going to whistle out of bounds. And they just gave a point to Turwey, I'm presuming. They did. They're going to say Hafner was stalling by crawling out of bounds. This is the #1 seed at 190 pounds. Now Turwey's choice, she's got to wrestle the second 30. And by the conclusion of this 30 seconds, if she's ahead on the scoreboard, she is declared the winner. So you see Hafner down on 1 is just going to let her go. So now in essence it's a 3-1 Jana Turwey lead. Long extended shot by Hafner. Stalemate call, says Mr. Eric Eckerman. Gonna go collar to collar. There's Hafner with a shot and an easy go behind by Turwey. And Jana Turwey, the junior out of West Lyon, is going to survive a scary moment. She wins her round of 16 match in sudden victory. Final score 5-1.
Mat 4, I've got Allison Crum of East Buchanan trying to get the fall against Anglican of Epworth West Dubuque.
There's Mr. Avila. Mr. Avila, how you doing? Oh, all right. All right. Nice to have you here. I appreciate you supporting your granddaughter. All right. God bless you. That's a proud grandparent of the Avila family, and for good reason. He's got a grandson that's at Virginia. Down on mat 1, here's Rachel Eddy. Independence Mustangs, Rachel Eddy. This is going to be a round of 16 matchup on the winner's side in the championship bracket between Eddy and Miss Stewart. I believe this is Charles City.
I've got a championship round on mat 2. I've got Olivia Huckfelt of Spencer, and I got Abigail Long, Iowa Falls, Alden. Right now we've got Huckfelt, and she secures a fall.
Yeah, Huckfelt is the #1 seed. The junior out of Spencer, Iowa is now 42-0. 42-0, I might add. I don't think I wrestled 42 matches in my whole high school career, and I wrestled all 4 years.
Right. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that these ladies getting an opportunity and really answering the beckoning of the call.
Yes.
Pretty cool.
We move on to consolation round on mat 2. I've got Emma Daniels from Carroll and Maddie Stanek of Manson Northwest Webster.
Tell you what, some of these ladies walking by here physique-wise, are very impressive.
Yes.
They have spent some quality time in the weight room.
Yes.
So here is Eddie. Her opponent is Leah Stewart out of Charles City.
We've got a consolation match on mat 4. Allie Lashley, Mount Vernon against Trinity Young from Linmar.
Once again, another last name synonymous with wrestling. The Lashleys out of Mount Vernon. Whether you win or lose, congratulations to all these outstanding young ladies. A feat that they can say for the rest. Hey, I qualified for the first ever sanctioned girls state wrestling tournament in the great state of Iowa. I was there. I participated. Then if they win, that's one thing. If they didn't, that's all right too.
Yes.
But nevertheless, they got something to be very proud of in what they've accomplished throughout their high school career.
Part of history.
Well, those good fan bases, they're on the wrong side of the building. They're pretty elated what just transpired down on mat 7. One guy just about jumped over the railing. Rachel Eddy down on 1 as a former state champion in the girls sector prior to being a sanctioned event. Right now, for the moment, the senior trails 1-0. A tremendous opening day crowd to this point. It is somewhat kind of emptied out here a little bit. Night session coming up tonight. If you're not able to be here for whatever reason, we would like to invite you in a very friendly manner to come back and join us for tonight's session. All you got to do is go to the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union site. There is a link there, and I must tell you, you'd be elated to know that it is at no charge. It's FREE, it's free. Rachel Eddy trails at 1-0 going to the third. Buffum out of Missouri Valley and Cook in a championship round matchup down on 3, 1-0. That's Colfax Mingo. Good wrestling there by Charles City's Stewart. Kept Rachel Eddy down. Didn't let her get away. .138 to go. Down on 1.
Got about a minute left on mat 2 with Daniels leading 2-0. Mat 4, we've got 0-0 up on the board with about a minute 25.
Scramble mode coming up here for Eddy. She's out for 1 and we're deadlocked at 1. Down inside that all-important 1 minute. Down on 1. Colfax Mingo's Cook and Missouri Valley's Buffum in a tight match as well, 1-0. Tremendous opening session here from Extreme Arena. Somebody's got to score a takedown here with just 9 seconds of your precious heart to go. Opening round matchup. Rachel Eddy, the number 4 seed. Leah Stewart out of Charles City, the number 13th seed. This one's going to go to another overtime, and something about overtimes in Mat 1.
Mat 1's been kind of our mat to watch today.
So 1 minute on the clock. The first one to score would be declared the winner. If there's no scoring in that 1 minute, then we'd go to a set of 30-second periods. But right now, neither one of these young ladies, in Stewart or Eddy, too eager to make a calculated shot. Would appear as though we're going to go to a couple 30-second periods between Stewart and Eddy. And that will be the case. So our official will flip the coin. And Stewart elects to go down in the first 30 seconds.
We've got a championship match here on Mat 2. I've got Ava Thompson of Charles City and Hannah Illig Keith of Sioux Central.
Going to be an escape for Charles City's Stewart. And the second 30-second forthcoming. Can Stewart keep Rachel Eddy down?
She's doing a great job at doing it.
She is right now, yeah.
Oh.
And Eddy's out for 1, and we're tied at 2. Wow. Well, the former state champ finds herself in a predicament here. So I believe the first one to score a point was Charles City. It will be her choice. She'll go down. If she gets out, she wins. And this is determined the ultimate tiebreaker. So we'll see if Rachel Eddy can keep her down. If she can, she wins. If Stewart gets out, she wins. There's near fall, should be met. Oh, Rachel Eddy with a 2 count. That's it. Rachel Eddy is going to win in the ultimate tiebreaker courtesy of near fall. And you never will see that.
Wow.
Only at the Iowa Girls High School State Wrestling Tournament. It's first year of sanction. Never seen it done before.
That's awesome. Well deserved.
Well, with that being said, we are going to step out for another minute. Acknowledge all of our outstanding sponsors. You are watching the 2023 Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Championships from Extreme Arena in Coralville, Iowa. We'll be back in just 1 minute.
The Iowa Farm Bureau is proud to present this amazing state tournament and celebrate the accomplishments of Iowa's student athletes. To the Iowa Farm Bureau, this is more than just a sport. It's hometown pride, it's hopes and dreams, it's our future leaders, it's a reason to do more and be more. And it's that farm strong spirit that can only be found in Iowa. Congratulations to the student athletes and coaches on a successful year, and remember, today's successes are just the beginning of tomorrow's achievements.
Fairway knows meat, right? They've been doing it for over 80 years. You hear customers talk about the meat everywhere you go.
Everybody loves coming in and picking out a beautiful steak.
We're there to serve you. And so that's why it is special.
Most of us that are working back there, we would probably be called foodies.
That's their passion. They love to go home and cook.
I don't know if I'm a foodie. I think I'm kind of a steak snob, probably.
People hand-cutting steaks every single day, working the counter, making sure that everybody knows when they get home they have the best in town.
And a very pleasant return to all of our wrestling enthusiasts, wherever you may be watching today on this Thursday afternoon. Live from Extreme Arena in Coralville, Iowa, it is the first ever sanctioned Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Championships on CISN, Central Iowa Sports Network. A big thank you to everyone involved, Mr. Peter Tarpey, and most notably, the folks that sanctioned this event 1 year ago. It has been nothing but spectacular here today, and we're just one session in, and several sessions to go. But your thoughts of the opening round, the opening session here from Coralville in this prestigious event?
No, this has been a great turnout. The girls, between the girls wrestling tough and the parents and grandparents and family members and schools all here to support. It's been awesome seeing how full this place is and everybody cheering for them.
And it is without question emptied out a little bit. Our next session will be coming up, I believe, at 5 o'clock tonight. Am I not right? So with that being said, your opening impressions. The Girls Union sanctioned this thing 1 year ago. But I don't know as if they would have told you, they would have thought today's opening round would be like what it turned out to be.
Yeah, no, I don't think really anybody would have thought that how we started this morning. 45 minutes in, they're announcing that tickets are sold out. There's still a line out the door, and girls are just wrestling. It's been crazy. It's been a crazy day. There's been upsets already. It's cool. The atmosphere here is awesome. I don't think my goosebumps have gone away since I walked in the building.
And it's really been a team effort. It all starts at the top with Jean Berger and her staff of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. They stepped up to the plate 1 year ago. They said, yeah, we're going to sanction this thing. And when they sanctioned it, man, oh man, it was almost like a barometer of fireworks going off, because this year when you walked in, the lines to the concession stand were 50 yards long, same to the restroom area that long. And no, there wasn't an empty seat in here. Standing room all the way around. Multitude of radio broadcasting stations here. CISN providing free video and audio of the event. For those that are not able to be here or less fortunate to be here, they can watch it at home, guess what, for free. It couldn't be any better. And it really is a calculated team effort. The head table, fantastic. Matt Shannon out of Independence runs the tournament, fantastic. The officials have done a sparkling job. You couldn't ask for much more, really and truly, in the opening round here.
Yeah, one thing I like is, we had a qualifying tournament this year. So that kind of eliminates some of the girls being able to obviously participate in the state tournament. But with us doing this live broadcast, they can pull that up. I know some coaches are more than willing to pull it up even for the girls at school. and letting them watch it, just so they can see, it's something for them to work for, and maybe work a little harder next year so that they can be the ones here at the state tournament competing for that state title.
Sure. We've just got a couple matches remaining down on the Extreme Arena floor facility. Underwood and Dubuque Hempstead in a 5-5 deadlock. What is it with Mat 1 here?
Right.
Bunch of tight-knit matches.
It has been like that all day.
Oh, and a critical locked hands call. Going to be a point.
We're going to end on mat 4 with a pin by Trinity Young. Oh, my bad. Elizabeth Kalini of West Marshall.
All right. So just one match remaining, and that's the match into your video monitor. Consolation round matchup between Underwood's Westerfield and Dubuque Hempstead's Heffel. 6-5. The difference between the two is that late locked hands call you've seen. Now we're going big screen, courtesy of our outstanding help, CISN. So many great sponsors that make this thing work. We talk about the generosity of Farm Bureau. I also think of Mid-American Energy, Fairway Stores. You see them through all of our breaks. If you could do yours truly a favor, if you get an opportunity and you see one of these representatives from each of our great sponsors, please acknowledge them with gratitude. Let them know that you really do truly appreciate their generosity, because I'm telling you, I've been in this business a long time. I've never seen anything like this in a first-year event being covered in which it is here. That's just a thumbs up to everybody involved.
No, that's awesome. And we just ended that last match with Kaylin Westerfield getting the fall.
All right. So with that being said, the opening round, the opening session of the 2023 of this Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Tournament from Extreme Arena has come to its end. We'll take a nice 1-minute timeout, come back with a recap. Until then, play tribute to all of our outstanding sponsors. We're live from Extreme Arena in Coralville right here on the Central Iowa Sports Network.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine is a community service center. We know you like to keep your body healthy. We also know that activity level to keep yourself healthy can lead to injury. Our sports medicine experts can provide treatments such as physical therapy, surgery, or something in between. Why go anywhere else other than where the Hawkeyes go to stay on top of their game?
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at Iowa Bankers.
And we want to invite all of our loyal viewers and listeners back into our broadcast as we've just concluded our opening round session of this 2023 Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Tournament for the first year. And what a thrilling opening round of action it was. Sydney, when you put it all together, maybe a couple bullet points, a couple things that really stuck out from you in this opening round here today.
Stuck out for me for sure was, watching some of these girls that won maybe the not sanctioned tournament last year coming back and, battling pretty tough to get back and be on that podium again this year. Sportsmanship, we mentioned that a lot throughout the morning, how it's been awesome seeing these girls, the sportsmanship, seeing the number of freshmen. That's one thing that just blows my mind, seeing the number of freshmen out there on the mat, working their way up and staying on that championship side of the bracket.
Yep. Well stated. Before we let you go and part until later this afternoon for our second part of our broadcast of this two-day event, we do want to let you know the top 5 scores look like this. Cedar Falls is 5th with 37. Lewis Central 4th with 39. Decorah is 3rd with 42. East Buchanan, we talked about them earlier, a small school but big at heart. They're 2nd with 43, and atop the leaderboard after session number 1 out of Waverly Shell Rock are the GoHawks with 46 points. Well, that's going to do it. We'll be back here tonight at 5 o'clock. We really and truly hope you'll come back and join us. For Sydney Bolin, I'm Benjamin Hupke. You've been watching the opening round of the 2023 Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Wrestling Tournament for the first year since it's sanctioned. And we hope you'll come back and join us tonight at 5. For Sydney, I'm Ben. Come back and see us then. Be safe and enjoy your afternoon from Coralville, Iowa.